come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. Let's stop fighting each other. Let us live as one. It doesn't matter where you come from, your tribe or religion, man, woman or child. It doesn't matter who you are. Put Nigeria first. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
How can we develop when we're always in crisis? Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding.
No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
Everything is architected and designed by the Almighty.
Someone who is a Christian is someone who lives a life of Jesus Christ. And the life of Jesus Christ is a life of sacrifice.
Yes.
Speaker, House of Representatives gives reasons for approving provision of direct primaries in the Electoral Act Amendment Bill.
We are for empowering the people from at the grassroots level. Let everybody participate in governance.
President Buhari receives NIP's report on policy implementation, directs MDAs to study and apply recommendations.
I therefore urge you to go back to your various establishments and put to work all that you have learned.
United States Secretary of State Anthony Blinken in Nigeria on the second leg of his three-nation tour of Africa.
Going forward, we, of course, as we talked about, we're looking forward to greater collaboration, greater cooperation.
Good morning, Nigeria. Today we shall discuss ending open defecation in the country.
All right, according to around the world. Now, according to findings from 2018 WASH National Outcome Routine Mapping, WASH-NOM, that's a national sample survey that covers 36 states of the Federation and the FCT, an estimated 47 million Nigerians practice open defecation.
Now, open defecation has an economic, social, and health impact on national development. Nigeria loses about 1.3%, that's 455 billion naira of her gross domestic product annually to poor access to sanitation, and a third of that cost is as a result of open defecation. More than 100,000 deaths on the five deaths occur each year due to diarrhea, and about 90% is directly attributed to unsafe water and sanitation.
And in November 2019, the Nigerian government declared a state of emergency on water, sanitation, and hygiene WASH, and launched an open defecation-free campaign to jumpstart the country's journey towards ending open defecation by 2025. Now, that's following again the signing of an Order 009 by President Muhammadu Buhari.
The Federal Ministry of Water and Resources, with support from multilateral partners, including Ysef and civil society, is currently leading the Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet campaign to end open defecation by 2025 and achieve universal access to safely managed sanitation.
Okay, so Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet. That's an ambitious behavior change campaign in Nigeria with a strong citizen public engagement component. Now, 4 states, we're told, Bauchi, Benue, Cross River, and Jigawa, currently account for the 10 local government areas leading the drive towards an open defecation-free Nigeria. Now, ending open defecation by 2025, is it realistic or is it realizable? And that will be one of the major questions that we will be asking our guests today. And we've assembled them as usual on Good Morning Nigeria. On this note, let me welcome you once again to Friday's edition of the program, and it's live on our network service here in Abuja. I am Claire Adilabu Abdulrazak. Thank you for joining us.
I'm Kingsley Osadolo. I joined my colleague Claire to also welcome you to the program, reaching you, as my colleague indicated, from our Abuja headquarters studios. Now, open defecation is a common experience, even in most state capitals, not just in rural areas. So, we'll have, in the course of our program, our regular companion segments, newspaper review, and business. For now, here is Dennis Adegunloye with the highlights of the morning news. Good morning, Dennis.
Yes, good morning, Kingsley, and good morning, Claire. Good morning, Nigeria. Here is the morning news. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has formally briefed President Muhammadu Buhari on reasons behind approving the provision of direct primaries in the Electoral Act Amendment Bill passed by the National Assembly. The Speaker, accompanied by some members of the House, met the President behind closed doors, and discussions during the high-level engagements that lasted about 1 hour centered on the controversy surrounding the new legislation, as well as other critical national issues. Speaking to newsmen shortly after, Gbajabiamila attributed the position of the House on direct primaries to the selfless desire of the legislators to sustain and strengthen democracy in the country.
We are for direct primaries. We are for direct primaries. We are for empowering the people from at the grassroots level. Let everybody participate in governance. Democracy is defined as government of the people, for the people, and by the people.
Ministries, departments and agencies, as well as the National Steering Committee on Vision 2050, have been directed to study the report submitted by the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies with a view to considering its recommendations and incorporating them as an executive strategy. The reports presented by participants of the Senior Executive Course 43 made far-reaching recommendations on how best to ensure effective policy design and implementation in Nigeria for a prosperous future. President Muhammadu Buhari gave the directive at this year's presidential parley with the course participants.
I am convinced that you are now well equipped for the task of handling higher and more complex responsibilities for the benefit of our country. I therefore urge you to go back to your various establishments and put to work all that you have learned.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has formally reacted to the recently released NSAR's probe panel's report, saying the federal government will allow the system to exhaust itself by waiting for pronouncements from state governments which set up panels. This was while exchanging views with the visiting U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
We're working with Nigeria to address security challenges. We discussed the importance of a comprehensive approach that builds effective security forces, addresses the underlying drivers of extremism, and respects Nigerians' basic human rights. The United States is committed to helping Nigeria do that by continuing to invest in our security partnership and the institutions that strengthen the rule of law.
And Vice President Yemi Osinbajo also received the visiting United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken, where issues of common interest were discussed.
I think that going forward, we, of course, as we talked about, we're looking forward to greater collaboration, greater cooperation.
The agenda that we have so very well, and it's really reflective of the fact that the work that our countries are doing together is both incredibly broad in the things that we're doing and also increasingly deep, and we welcome that.
On the budget support facility from the federal government to states, President Muhammadu Buhari has approved a bridged financing facility to the state governments. The abridged facility is for 656 billion naira, which will be disbursed in 6 tranches over a period of 6 months to the states. It will have a tenure with a 2-year moratorium and an interest rate of 9%. This was disclosed by the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning at the National Economic Council virtual meeting chaired by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo.
It's only today we received the information that at least Nigeria has enough, vaccines, to go around. So right now, every state governor has returned, with the mission that one, we are going to go around and start campaign.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has confirmed 61 new cases of COVID-19 in the country. The latest figures released bring the total number of confirmed cases to 213,464 infections in the country. A breakdown of the new cases indicates that Gombe State recorded the highest number for the day with 16 new cases. Taraba recorded 15, Zamfara 14, the FCT 7, Kano, Lagos and Rivers recorded 2 new cases each, while Bauchi, Delta and Katsina recorded a single case each. With the latest developments, Nigeria now has 213,464 confirmed cases, out of which 206,292 have been treated and discharged. So far, 2,973 persons have died of the virus. Well, that concludes the morning news. Good morning, Nigeria. We'll continue after this break with Claire and Kingsley. Do stay with us. Have a great day.
Switch over project, which is commonly referred to as DSO, which entails television channels switching from analog to digital broadcasting. It's one of the biggest projects embarked upon by this administration. Branded as Free TV, offers its viewers about 60 digital channels, including sports, music, movies, and news. The federal government has licensed
Enjoy the reward that sharing brings with the Airtel Family Plan. Get bonus talk time, SMS, and data for each family member you share with. Dial *141# now.
Now everybody know
Airtel, the smartphone network.
How to make a perfect bowl of love? A perfect blend of taste that brings every ingredient to life. The fusion of different spices. The unique aroma that rejuvenates your senses. The heartwarming deliciousness. And the satisfaction that comes from every bite, which makes you say, I love my Indomie.
Guess what?
What?
I scored a hat trick today.
Cool!
Wow!
And how did you celebrate?
Just do your hands like this.
And hold your nose like this?
Body odor is caused by germs. That's why you need the new improved Dettol Cool Soap, which protects against 99.9% odor-causing germs with an extra burst of menthol freshness. Dettol, be 100% sure.
The Budweiser Game of Kings is finally here. Watch the battles to beat all battles live. La Liga's Roberto Carlos and Premier League's John Terry will be going head-to-head while playing alongside our very own MPFL players. So come join us on NTA Network and Budweiser's social media network on Saturday, November 20th at exactly 12 p.m.
Niger, it's on. Game of Kings is brought to you by Budweiser, the official sponsors of the EPL and La Liga.
The Hammers will be hoping to continue their winnings. Travel to Wolverhampton. Will the Wolves throw a spanner in their works? This Saturday, it's Wolverhampton versus West Ham United on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 3:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu and powered by Integral.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria on NTA's network service. It's time for business news, with Nigeria economy growing by 4.03% in the third quarter of 2021. Details with our correspondent Alika Banachi Aruwa.
Latest data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows that Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, grew by 4.03%. 0.98% lower than 5.01% recorded in the second quarter of 2021. Speaking on the numbers, Statistician General of the Federation, Simon Harry, expressed optimism that the economy is still showing sustained positive growth over the last 4 quarters, despite the global impact of COVID-19. In nominal terms, aggregate GDP stood at 45.11 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2021, a better performance when compared with the corresponding quarter in 2020.
In quarter one of the year 2021, we recorded a positive figure again of 0.51%, while in quarter two, which was a tremendous improvement, the nation recorded a growth of 5.01%. And so all these were as a result of majorly the base effects of the negative GDP recorded in 2020. And so this trend has also continued, and indeed is affecting the quarter three GDP, which is recording a growth of 4.03%.
The non-oil sector grew by 5.44%, lower than the figure recorded in the previous quarter, while the oil sector grew by 7.44%. Fastest growing sectors in the third quarter of 2021 were rail transport and pipeline metal oils, air transport and financial institutions, while the slowest growth was recorded in oil refining, crude, petrol, natural gas, coal mining, and fishery. And to the details of Thursday's trading on the floor of the exchange. With business news, Alika Okpanachi, Arua.
Okay, that was Business Package, and we're moving on to newspaper review coming up in a moment.
Today, our newspaper reviewer, Bayo Tebe, is here with us in the studios. Bayo, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Kingsley. Good morning. Good morning, Claire.
Good morning, Bayo. Good to see you on a Friday.
Yes, this is Friday. Good morning, Nigeria.
All right, let me begin by taking a look at the front page of the Leadership newspaper. Leadership, after 3 positive growths, Nigeria's GDP slows to 4.03%. That's somewhat misleading. After 3 positive growth, 4.03% is still a positive growth. It's just that the integer is lower than what we experienced in the second quarter. That's to say that Nigeria's GDP is now grew 4.03% in the third quarter. Federal government blames impact of COVID-19, dismisses looming food crisis. Experts proffer solutions, say stronger growth required. No going back on direct primaries. That's according to House Speaker Gbajabiamila. And below that, President Buhari to the U.S. will act after harsh NSAS protests reports from states. Will act after harsh NSAS reports from states. Nigeria loses 30 million naira daily as rail workers down tools. And federal government to pay ASU 12.17 billion naira end allowances. That's on page 6.
Okay, so let's take a look at the front page of The Nation. And the lead story, very boldly written, Buhari backs lawmakers' position on direct primary. And the writers that come with this story there says governors lose out and president on same page with us, says Gbajabiamila. That's the lead story. Buhari backs lawmakers' position on direct primary. And the governors have lost out according to this paper. And the picture story, there you have President Muhammadu Buhari welcoming the United States Secretary of State to the presidential villa in Abuja yesterday, Thursday. And of course, you see both leaders being COVID-19 compliant, wearing their face masks. So let's again glide up the nameplate. Taraba attack, Ishaku tasks federal government on land borders. You can find the details of that story on page 11. And federal government, here's the good news for students in tertiary institutions. Federal government, ASU, reached truce over planned strike. Federal government, ASU, reached truce over planned strike, and payment of 52.1 billion naira okayed. Again, details you can find on page 11. Now, to primary school teachers in Kaduna State. Don't write revised tests, NUT tells teachers. Don't write revised tests, NUT tells teachers. And states to share 656 billion naira fresh bailout. Details of that on page 2. Now, to the story talked in between there, federal government won't interfere in NSAS panel report. Lawyer alleges 40 discrepancies. That's the fallout of the panel reports. Now, court stops Minister AGF from deducting $419 million Paris Club refund. You can find the details of this story on page 4. And I think this is a story I should also read. It's just a liner here. 924,590 out-of-school kids, children enrolled in Kano, Sokoto, and 15 other states. Bayo.
Thank you. Let's start with the report about what President said yesterday, that federal government will take up the report of the judicial panel on NSAS process after Lagos state government has concluded work on it. The president spoke while visiting U.S. Secretary of State, Mr. Anthony Blinken. The president said so many governments are involved and given different terms of references. Federal government will await steps taken by the states, their reaction. We can't impose ideas on them. Meanwhile, after meeting with President Buhari, Anthony Blinken urged government to ensure accountability and address grievances from the NSAS protests of October last year. He also indicated the commitment of the United States to help Nigeria to invest in security in partnership by strengthening the institutions and rule of law, and to hold those who commit human rights abuses, corruption, and other acts that harm Nigerian people accountable. Meanwhile, after Justice Doris Okuobi submitted the report of the judicial panel in Lagos, there have been several claims from leaks claiming to be from the panel's report. A counsel who represented Lagos State before the panel advised against hasty conclusions. He says the report of from the report of the judicial panel. Abiodun Owunikoko, senior advocate of Nigeria, says about 40 discrepancies have been identified in the report already. In a report in the Punch, Mr. Owunikoko says people must not be in haste until the final outcome by way of a white paper. He pointed out discrepancies obtained, and one of such was that an awarding of damage of 15 million to a person who is claimed to have died, but who have come out to say he did not die. Another human rights lawyer, Ebu Oluwadegboruwa, who served on the judicial panel, says he lamented that members of the panel have become subject of vicious attacks, supposedly by agents of government. He asserted that no member of the panel lobbied to be appointed onto the panel. It is ironic that Lagos State government that asked for 2 weeks to release the white paper is again having its agents embarking on propaganda against members. The white paper is expected to come out 2 weeks after the committee headed by the Commissioner of Justice, Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice of Lagos State.
Let's quickly take just do a bit of review from you on some of the key stories on the front pages. Kingsley, do you have one?
The story about the NSAS, that's a major story, and I think that there are some clarifications that need to be made. Since the panel submitted this report in Lagos, there have been all kinds of comments. Let's get this clear. You have two forms of inquiry that the government can set up: an administrative panel of inquiry or a judicial commission of inquiry. A judicial commission of inquiry is a quasi-court. In other words, it exercises the powers of a court, can subpoena witnesses, and of course it can also be in contempt of the commission. And the proceedings, usually that's why you have representation, you have persons who testify and then who also get cross-examined. Testimony, of course, you get led by way of evidence in chief. Now, after the Judicial Commission of Inquiry has concluded its report, the report is submitted to the constituting authority, in this case, the Lagos State Governor. And that is what they have done. And the Lagos State government has appropriately set up a committee to prepare a draft white paper. Now, it is that committee that would go through the entire report, because the report does not purport to be a scripture, because there could be errors, there could be cross-references that are not clear, and then there could also be contradictions. The commission will, of course, detail its procedures and proceedings, and then indicate its findings and recommendations. So the draft white paper committee will go through all of this and then make recommendations of its own to the state government to say, we accept, we don't accept, we accept, we don't accept. It is then taken by the committee to the governor. The governor, as chairman of the State Executive Council, tables it before the State Executive Council, which goes over the report of the draft white paper committee. It is when the State Executive Council has given its approval that a white paper is then released. That white paper is binding.
So in other words, what we are discussing is just not end of the discussion.
It's not end of discussion. It's, in a sense, you might even say it's media trial.
Yes.
Because if you
preemptive.
If you observe that there are discrepancies, forward the memo to the white paper draft committee. You try to, I don't have access to the full report. I don't think any of us here has access to the full report. So I can still say, oh, no, there's a contradiction here. That is the business of the draft
white paper committee.
The other point is as follows. Why is it that it is the Lagos State panel that has attracted the most attention? EndSARS protest was one that took place in most parts of the Federation, especially in the southern states. And when President Muhammadu Buhari, of course, and the National Economic Council, that's incorporating the state government, said, look, set up your judicial panels of inquiry to investigate the issues around it. They were given 6 months. The Lagos panel, it was reported, asked for additional time, and it got additional time. Now it has submitted the report. Where are the other panels of inquiry? Here in Abuja, the panel of inquiry was domiciled in the National Human Rights Commission. And I think at some point there was a report that they were broke and they couldn't sit. I don't know whether they are sitting now or whether they have concluded their report. Where are the others? And by the way, when they sit, the business, it is the business of the state governments or the constitutional authority. The federal government only has, if you like, an oversight, an advisory role or a support role.
At the last count, there were about 28 of such panels, and 11 of them have apparently concluded what they have done. We're talking about those one now.
No,
we talk about the report.
Concluded. Where is the white paper?
Yes, concluded and submitted report. That's
right.
what I mean. You talked about strike now. It's gladdening to hear that ASU and Ministry of Education are edging off the differences between them and their potentials of calling off the 21 days ultimatum that has given by ASU. But regrettably, the Nigeria Railway Corporation workers on there had given a 3-day warning strike starting Thursday over what they describe as low salary and poor welfare. Their gross, they say,
actually started yesterday.
Yes, started yesterday. Apparently, Idu in Abuja, Rigasa in Kaduna, Ebute Meta in Lagos, Moni and Omiadio in Ibadan have all been shut down. The President General of the Nigeria Railway Workers, Innocent Ajiji, says it is a warning strike about 350% increase in their salary and condition of service. They say their own salary is the worst in the Ministry of Transport. They say their condition of service has been there since 1983 and has not been reviewed. Railway workers, they say, they want to be individually insured. That is the one that shocked me because it is a federal government policy that all workers in the parastatals, agencies, and ministries are all insured. Now they are saying they want to be insured. Presently, they allege that it is only the locomotives that are insured, but the personnel who are working there are not insured. A corollary to that, teachers in the public primary and secondary school in the FCT also turned away pupils and students yesterday. They are also demanding and protesting over non-payment of their promotion arrears. They also have given, I think it's a 5-day warning strike. And Daily Trust report that pupils and students were turned back from schools in the FCT. So this strike is becoming a contagion now. We are glad that ASU own is being worked on, but everybody seems to nurse a grudge or have a grievance, and they feel that this is the appropriate time to raise them up.
Well, if appropriate time for railway workers, obviously because the rail system is getting back on track.
Yes.
And then their importance and significance is now being emphasized all over again. I watched the official of the Railway Workers Union on television, and part of what he said was shocking. I mean, there was no corroboration anyway, but he said that a train driver earns about 30,000 or 32,000.
Yes, a locomotive driver earns 30,000.
Yes, so but what I don't know what grade level should a locomotive driver be? I mean, it's a locomotive driver on grade level 1. Let's face it. And why should you have a locomotive driver on grade level 1? If you had that in the 1950s, is that what you are supposed to be having today? That's one question. The other question then would be the appropriate authorities to respond to the issues they have raised, in my opinion, will include the Salaries and Wages Commission, as well as the Ministry of Labor and Employment.
Okay.
Well, presently, they are doing a very fantastic service to the nation. They say on a daily basis, they provide services to over 15,000 passengers. And they generate for the Nigerian Railway 32 million naira a day.
Okay, Bayo, just one last review from you in 60 seconds.
Yeah, that one will be about primaries. The issue of
primaries. Well, I thought you were going to talk about the court stopping the minister and AGF from deducting 419
That I have told you is before a court of law.
Okay.
Yes. This one, other one, Honorable Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila, after meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari yesterday, says that the president is in support of direct primaries for political parties and to produce candidates for elections. The National Assembly had passed the amendment to the Electoral Bill 2021 prescribing direct primaries for political parties. Governors under the auspices of Progressive Governors Forum think otherwise, and they want indirect primaries. Speaker Bajabiamila says the president specifically says that he is a product of direct primaries. Apparently, the House of Reps, on behalf of the National Assembly, is restating its position. The Governors Forum are all restating their position to the assenting authority because the Electoral Bill bill now is awaiting assent by Mr. President to become an act.
That's right. We have had conversation around the benefits of or otherwise of direct primaries and the choice of standard bearers. But let's ask ourselves this question: is the House Speaker Femi Bajabiamila the spokesperson for the president?
All right.
So if you have prepared your bill and it's been transmitted to the president of course has a free mind to assess the bill and then say, look, I give my assent or otherwise. The president does not give you an assurance to say, oh yes, I'm going to endorse the bill. The president has his own refinery of going through it. Sometimes some of the bills have been sent back on account of clerical errors in the past or inconsistencies and so on and so forth. I'm not saying that. I hope the speaker is not trying to blackmail the president.
No,
but the point is that it's the president's spokespersons who should be speaking to say this is what the president will do, not the speaker speaking on behalf of the president.
I think what he said yesterday was that the president, was appreciative of the value of, direct primary. He said that on camera. He didn't say the president had given his stamp.
No,
the president.
Nobody has implied that. Actually, what happened is the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives was asked by your colleagues, our colleagues, the journalists, and he specifically asked about the primaries, and he gave that information.
Can you show me your yellow card?
Yes.
Yes.
For you.
Oh, yellow card. Is there a yellow card for the Super Eagles technical director or technical chief?
Oh,
I don't know.
There's confusion there. Some say he is asked to go. The president said nobody has said he should
No, they are still evaluating.
The president of the NFF.
They are still evaluating
what are you evaluating?
Okay, let the two gentlemen
set of
start
Super
talking.
Eagles you can ever
Let's
have.
go for a break. We'll be right back.
19, that is the black swan of the century, has actually hit the whole world very hard, even the strongest of economies, and Nigeria was not spared. But due to the proactive stance and steps that the president has taken, we've been able to come out quickly. The president has consistently said we must invest in infrastructure, even as we're investing in human capital, that we must invest in infrastructure, because at the end of the day, that is what will bring about a sustainable economic growth. So the president has given us our directive. He has said you must make sure you pay salaries and pay pensions, but you also make sure that the critical projects of roads, railway, airports, bridges, major infrastructure that are meant to drive the growth of the economy, that we consistently invest in them, even if we have to continue to borrow to do so.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Guess what?
What?
I scored a hat trick today.
Cool!
Wow!
And how did you celebrate?
Just do your hands like this.
And hold your nose like this.
Body odor is caused by germs. That's why you need the new improved Dettol Cool Soap, which protects against 99.9% odor-causing germs with an extra burst of menthol freshness. Dettol, be 100% sure.
Give your kids winning energy. Milo Active Go. With the goodness of malts, milk, and cocoa, helps them make the most of every day. Milo, the energy to go further.
The Budweiser Game of Kings is finally here. Watch the battles to beat all battles live. La Liga's Roberto Carlos and Premier League's John Terry will be going head-to-head while playing alongside our very own MPFL players. So come join us on NTA Network and Budweiser's social media network on Saturday, November 20th at exactly 12 p.m.
Niger, it's on. Game of Kings is brought to you by Budweiser, the official sponsors of the EPL and La Liga.
The Hammers will be hoping to continue their winnings. Travel to Wolverhampton. Will the Wolves throw a spanner in their works? This Saturday, it's Wolverhampton versus West Ham United on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 3:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu and powered by Integral.
All right. Clean Nigeria, use clean toilets. Now, that's the roadmap to achieving Nigeria's open defecation free campaign by the year 2025. Now, how realistic is it? That's what we're here to find out. And just before we commence our conversation, let's listen into this backgrounder. Our correspondent, Ekene Ntalive, has put it together.
Nigeria is among the nations in the world with the highest number of people practicing open defecation, estimated at over 47 million people. In 2018, a survey by the United Nations Water, Sanitation and Hygiene National Outcome Routine Mapping, WASHNORM, found that Nigeria ranked second among countries practicing open defecation across the world. By 2019, Nigeria had taken the #1 position in terms of the number of people practicing open defecation in the world. The findings showed that 24% of the population still practice open defecation. This means 1 in 4 Nigerians defecates outside. The menace has become one of the leading public health issues in the country, and experts have estimated a huge link between sanitation, open defecation, and child survival. This health issue has been attributed as a leading source of diarrhea, cholera, typhoid, and other waterborne diseases. A report from the United Nations Children's Fund, Ysef, suggests that about 122,000 Nigerians, including 87,000 children under the age of 5, die every year from these diseases. Ironically, open defecation is not limited to inhabitants of rural areas alone. It is also a common experience in most state capitals and other urban areas. To address the menace, President Muhammadu Buhari in 2019 signed Executive Order 9, which is titled The Open Defecation Free Nigeria by 2025 and Other Related Matters Order. This order established in the Federal Ministry of Water Resources a national secretariat called Clean Nigeria Campaign Secretariat. The secretariat is authorized on behalf of the President to implement this order by ensuring that all public places, including schools, hospitals, fuel stations, places of worship, marketplaces, and offices, have accessible toilets within their premises. This order has further instigated the launch of Clean Nigeria campaigns at the federal level, while some states also domesticated the campaign to end open defecation in Nigeria by 2025. 2 years after the launching of the campaigns, how far has Nigeria gone in achieving this cause? Guests on Good Morning Nigeria will be given the answers in a moment.
Ekene, thank you. There are much more questions that we'll also be asking our guests that who are already seated with us in the studio. Let me start by introducing the National Coordinator, Clean Nigeria Campaign, Chioma Opara. Chiamapara, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Also with us here in the studio is Dr. Jane Bevan. She's the Chief of Water, Sanitation and Hygiene, WASH. Dr. Bevan, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And also part of this conversation, we would like to welcome Dr. Nicholas Igwe, Coordinator, Organized Private Sector, that's OPS WASH in the Kaduna State. It's a pleasure to have you with us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. Also, part of this discussion this morning is Dr. Mohammed Dan Hassan, Executive Director, Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency of the Federal Capital Territory. Yeah, pleasure to have you with us on the program this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Councillor?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's begin, ladies and gentlemen, by looking at where we are. That's the big question since a state of emergency was launched, and the president also ordered, the Executive Order 009, indicating political will to ending open defecation by 2015. Chioma, but what's the story today?
Thank you very much. Now, the president himself actually, declared a state of emergency, and with the launch of the revitalization of the WASH sector. And what we actually swung into action to do, the first thing was to request a memo was written to the Federal Executive Council to actually carry out the Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet campaign. Now, how did we get that? Looking at where Nigeria stands today in terms of open defecation, 46 million people still defecating in the open. And looking at what India has done over the years, within a space of 5 years, they were able to move more than 550 million people away from open defecation through the Swachh Bharat mission, which was launched in that country in 2014. It became necessary and obvious that we needed to do something, really to see that we end open defecation. Also, in 2015, we also have the launch of the roadmap to end open defecation in Nigeria by 2025, which, as at that time, not much was done in terms of operationalizing that roadmap. So it became obvious that we needed to operationalize that roadmap and make it really a document that we should actually begin to run with. And with that on board, the Clean Nigeria campaign was flagged off by the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, on the 19th of November. And part of that approval by the Federal Executive Council was also to ensure that all the states also flag off and begin to roll out the campaign to end open defecation in Nigeria. And then, of course, we had the Executive Order 009, ending open defecation in Nigeria by 2025, and other related matters. Also adding to that is the steering committee that was also inaugurated. Incidentally, too, the Vice President is the chairperson of that steering committee. Now, the steering committee is expected to give oversight function to the campaign. So this is 2 years now. The campaign was flagged off, was launched. As of today, we have all the 36 states have been able to flag off. But in terms of implementation, it is still very slow.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, where are we? If we're talking about 47 million, since the launch, since we took active, action and the flag off, the domestication at the subnational levels, what have we? What progress have we made? No progress at all.
Okay, thank you very much. When this campaign was flagged off in 2019, we had, as at that time, 16 local governments that were open defecation free, and a lot activities, began to happen at the state level. And also, the Honorable Minister actually carried out huge advocacy visits, trying to bring, the executive governors on board to understand where we are and the need to move it. As of today, we have 71 local governments that are open defecation free, but that is not enough. We know that we need to still do more. But as at last year too, we had part of the COVID-19 WASH response support to states, was what the Honorable Minister also, requested, which is ongoing now, and that is the engagement of youth volunteers, 100 youths across 774 local governments to carry out the messages of sensitizing the entire public down the grassroots, and to see that these messages go down to the grassroots, and then everybody understands what is on board. With that, in fact, it was with this that all the states as of today have flagged off the campaign, and the rollout is something that is ongoing. But as of today, we have 71 local governments, and we're looking forward to having more before the end of the year. But definitely by 2022, with everyone on board, we need to push and then begin to roll out more local government. In fact, we're looking at statewide open defecation free, because states like Jigawa, states like Katsina, as of today, Jigawa has 18 local governments that are open defecation free out of 27, and Katsina has 21 local governments that are open defecation free and working towards. So there's already a little competition around states saying, I'm going to be the first state, to declare the entire state open defecation free. Bauchi State also had 6 local governments. Benue has 9 local governments. Kaduna State has 3. Kano has 3. And it's just to say that in all the geopolitical zones, we have at least 1 local government that is open defecation free. And with that, we're going to really push this campaign to see how we can begin to run with it in 2022.
71 local governments, that's less than 10% of all the 774 local governments in the country. And 2 years into the launch of the campaign, we're having this somewhat dismal number in terms of compliance with the requirements. Which of the more urbanized states of the Federation have their local governments open defecation free?
I would say we have in Katsina, we have 1 or 2 urban, semi-urban, local governments that are open defecation free. But there is something also, which is the fact that part of the objectives of this campaign is actually to roll out a communication campaign. A communication expert has just been engaged, and a lot will be heard more, because again, we also know that we need a whole lot of buzz in the air to ensure that the media carry these messages as far as they can go. So with the communication expert on board, we are going to do a whole lot more in that regard.
All right, Dr. Bevan, isn't it quite ambitious, considering the infrastructure available that we need to drive this campaign?
Thank you for the question. It is very ambitious, but there's nothing like a real goal to strive towards, to encourage people to do that bit extra. And I do think that it's perfectly possible with a real huge effort to achieve the goals.
So what UNICEF works closer with the communities and probably the LGAs. What's your evaluation of the behavioral change?
So my understanding is that a lot of people know that they need a toilet, like they know that they need to hand wash. But our data tells us that people often don't practice what they know, just like, we should sleep more, we should exercise more. Sometimes, the knowledge doesn't always transfer. And so some of the support that UNICEF has been giving in the States is making it much easier to adopt practices, particularly working with local entrepreneurs in the private sector to build what we call toilet businesses, to help sell toilets, pans or hand washing stations or parts of toilets, so that people can easily incrementally improve their sanitation situation.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Nicholas Igwe, National Coordinator, Organized Private Sector, OPS WASH. What's been your experience in this campaign?
Yeah, it's been a very great experience because the OPS WASH was actually launched, I think, 2 years ago by the Honorable Minister of Water Resources, who actually himself is a private sector person. that believes that without the private sector engagement, we will not be able to achieve much goals. And it also boils down to what Mr. Opera has also just said as well. All stakeholders have to be involved. Stakeholders, private sector, development partners, NGOs, and so on and so forth, even the government agencies. So the private sector, since it was launched, we have about 4 or 5 pillars. One was to actually say, how do we partner with Nigeria in diaspora? So through Honorable Abike Dabiri, who is the chairperson of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, we started engaging Nigerians in diaspora to say to them, you need to assist. Imagine adopting 1 toilet each by a Nigerian in diaspora. If we can adopt 2 million toilets a year for the next 5 years, we'll be able to achieve that. And that has been possible. As we speak now, in the next 2 hours, one Nigerian in diaspora, David Alaba, who plays for Real Madrid, has donated so much amount of money to build toilet facilities in Ogun State. The groundbreaking event will be held in the next 2 hours in Ogun State. It's also another area. The second pillar is partnership with the state governments. So OPS Watch will realize that we can actually partner directly with state government in area of how do we even create jobs. Private sector, we don't just look at the challenges. We look on how to turn the challenges into opportunities. We look more on the circular economy. We look more on the green economy. We look more on job creation. The other aspect is entrepreneurs. Because of the strong political will that has come from the side of the government, as Ms. Opera had just highlighted, from the president to the vice president to the ministers and so on and so forth. The entrepreneurs are now eager to say, okay, they want to even own toilet themselves. Even in ICT as well, people are beginning to develop softwares or apps on how to even identify a toilet in public places as you travel. So these are the areas that we have been trying to obviously bring the entrepreneurs to say to them, you can actually make something for yourself. We now also have the organizations. We believe that we have to move beyond corporate social responsibility in terms of people saying, okay, I'm donating a toilet. How else can we create other models that will be able to accelerate the process? So one of those areas is tax credit scheme. Remember in Executive Order 007, we have tax credit scheme initiative whereby the likes of the Dangote, MTN can actually develop a particular maybe kilometers of road and they get their funds back through tax incentives and so on and so forth. We've now actually asked the Vice President to actually support and approve that we should infuse that tax credit scheme into Executive Order 009, and it is ongoing. Maybe I will speak more on that as we move on. We have also created Blue Bond Initiative to say, okay, because we need resources. Most of the challenges that we have is 1, technological challenges in terms of infrastructure, 2, financial challenges. So we are creating Blue Bond to be able to also support and see how we can raise additional funding for the government to be able to have access and be able to obviously accelerate the process. 2025 seems to be very close, but is achievable with the level of efforts, the level of collaboration, the level of multi-stakeholders collaboration that we have seen, and of course, most importantly, the very strong political will that is coming from the government that is now enabling the private sector to come in and participate in one way or the other. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Igwe, thank you very much. Let's bring in Dr. Mohammed Dan Hassan now. He is the Executive Director, FCT Rural Water Supply Sanitation Agency. Dr. Dan Hassan, I'm wondering why the FCT is not leading in this campaign, because when you listen to Mrs. Opara, I didn't hear her mention any of the LGAs, in the FCT. So what is your experience?
Thank you very much. As you are aware, FCT is the center of unity and is the eye of the nation. Just about a week ago, on the 9th of this month, the Honorable Minister of State declared a state of emergency on water, sanitation, and hygiene, and also launched the war on open defecation in the Federal Capital Territory. We've started this. We hit the ground running. About a month ago, we started with a model concept where we have 139 communities in Buhari area, in Kwali Area Council, where we are launching the war on open defecation with the support of Ysef. That is our first model. And you know, FCT has 6 area councils, 6 local governments. So we're hoping the next 1 year, at least we have 1 local government that is open defecation in the FCT. So we've started with the 139 communities in Kwali, and also we have a model scheme that we started in Buhari with the support of Japan International Cooperation Agency. So the battle is on, and hopefully in the next 1 year, we'll put FCT on the map in terms of eradicating open defecation in the country. It's not just having the infrastructure. We also have the campaign and awareness program, which is very key in this fight. I would like to give you a very good example. We went to a community where they built houses, 16, 15 rooms in the house, but there's not a single toilet. And when we asked them why, they said, well, no, when you are excreta and my excreta, and to talk in local parlance, when the shit from one person and another mix together, it brings poverty. So you see, the fear of having toilets in their household is the issue of poverty. We said, no, poverty has nothing to do with your shit and my shit mixing together. So you see, you need a lot of awareness. Even when you put the toilets there, they will not use it because they have the belief that it brings poverty. So apart from having the infrastructure, education and awareness is key. And we've started this on a very high level. And we're having the support of our local citizens. Thank you.
Dr. Hassan, we didn't even have to go as far as Kwali. Just travel down Yaya, you know, Maraba axis. Just at the foot of the flyover, Karu flyover, you see a lot of people doing it in the open, you know. I mean, what kind of fight are you fighting? What is the intensity, you know, of this fight? And how are you waging it?
Yes, we are aware of that menace all over the place, even not just Karu, even within the city center, by the major roads, you see people squatting and defecating in the open. So our plan now, we have an action plan, a roadmap to end open defecation in FCT. This requires a lot of funding, building the infrastructure, and thank God we have the highest political will now that we've ever had. So apart from having the infrastructure, we need to educate the people. Enforcement will come as the last resort, but you know Nigerians, the way we behave. So we take things easy like a desica. But more than that, we still need to have the public toilets in places. And we have private sectors, we have Nigerians in diaspora willing to come and invest, some even freely donating their money. They just need the enabling environment to have those toilets. So we've started the campaign, we've started the construction of the public toilets, and also the government will not be the one to operate and maintain these toilets. The private sector will come in, operate and maintain it, empower the youths, have clean environment, and at the same time contribute some royalties to the treasury of the FCT. That's what we're doing now.
Okay, Dr. Mohammed Dan Hassan, we know that what we are discussing relates to a natural phenomenon. But this is a breakfast program, and some viewers might, of course, be disgusted by the kind of words we use to describe what is a natural phenomenon. If we can find synonyms, we use those synonyms, and then get ahead with the substance of our conversation. I was just wondering, you said that sometime last month or thereabout, the Minister of State, FCT, launched the emergency campaign to end this practice. But the program was launched 2 years ago by the President, or was declared 2 years ago by the President. Why has it taken the FCT 2 years to wake up to this realization?
Thank you very much. It's exactly 9 days the declaration was made by the FCT. At the national level, it was launched by the President in 2019. Each state and FCT is mandated to launch this declaration to kickstart. However, a lot of things happen, and all states declared, except Bayelsa and FCT, Fortunately, Bayelsa declared a state of emergency in October, and then FCT followed suit in November. I would say it's better late than never. So it's one step at a time. So we are on track. We are not there yet. It's not yet Uhuru. It didn't take FCT this long after the national launch to have our own 2 years after. It's in process. We've been working underground with a lot of stakeholders, the OPSWASH, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, the international development partners like UNICEF, WaterAid, and what have you. So it's not too late. It's never late to start. And we're on track. We have a roadmap which we started following step by step. And I'm sure with the support of all Nigerians, we'll get there. Sheep business is everybody's business. With NTA by our side, I'm sure we'll increase the awareness and campaign. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Mohamed Hassan, thank you. We'll return to you. But let me come back to Mrs. Opara. You said earlier ago that you were in India to study, the turnaround or how they achieved their own campaign. But I know in terms of population, India is quite bigger. It's several times bigger than us. In terms of landmass, they are also, bigger than us. So how is it that India was able to achieve that in less than 5 years, and in 10 years we haven't even, made any appreciable progress?
Thank you very much for that question. India, we know that we have a lot of peculiarities with Nigeria as well. Yes, India has a huge when it comes to population. And that was actually the trigger. That was the trigger, because looking at India with that size of population, they were able to do that. Then Nigeria should also be able to do that, having just 46 million people that defecate in the open. And that was where our journey started. Now, looking at open defecation is saddled with a whole lot of beliefs, a whole lot of myths, and that is the truth. And for these 71 local governments that are open defecation today, is as a result of, yes, open defecation free, sorry, today, we have been able to clear all these, and that is the strategy that went into place: community-led total sanitation, triggering communities to action to actually see. Because you would be surprised to hear a whole lot, just like one or two that have been said here. You go to a community and say, no, a husband and wife cannot use the same toilet. So we have just one. We have to go into the bush. And then you also hear, how can I have a toilet in the same house with me? These are some of the beliefs, and that is why a very big communication campaign needs to go out there to really help people change this mindset, change the belief, and begin to look at having toilets as a source for improvement of your health and a source for improving the economy of the nation. And that is where we started all that, to see that we should be able to push this. And these are some of the strategies that India also put in place to see that they were able to, by 2019, they were able to eradicate open defecation in the entire rural India.
That's 71 LGAs. 71 LGAs. Can you explain to us the context in which they are open defecation free?
Thank you very much. Now, a community is sensitized, triggered to action. A community is visited. Let me just look at that process. A community is visited, you trigger them to action, making them understand that whatever we do in terms of defecating in the open goes back to your water source, either through the flies, or you find yourself drinking it at the only source of water. And I tell you something, by the time you visit some of these communities and see the reaction. I have been in a community where in the course of discussion, a woman started vomiting. You mean we have been drinking and eating that? And the disgust, and that is what that particular strategy is meant to bring out. It's meant to bring out disgust. Let us begin to look at it at that. It is something that is not. You have also seen situations where some people are saying, I don't have money to build toilets, and then you now begin to take them through a process of medical expenses, and then the person is actually seeing clearly that I spend more going to the hospital as a result of cholera outbreak, as a result of diarrheal diseases. Why can't I build a toilet? And that is what has led these 71 local governments to action to actually build and begin to use their toilet. And these toilets were actually built by these people. And the toilets within the public places are now where a whole lot is happening around the private sector, coming on board to actually give a whole lot of support in that regard. And then institutions. It is really disheartening to also see that a whole lot of schools do not have toilets.
Does the kind of toilet matter?
Yes, because it does matter, because when we look at the wash norm reports that we have today, we have 46 million people defecating in the open. And then we have a sizable number, about 112, that are unimproved. And these unimproved facilities wouldn't count for Nigeria, because we also see that because it is unimproved, just a toilet where flies are still moving up and down through the toilet, and then it's also possible that it's not washable, you cannot clean it. So we're going back to open defecation. So the kind of toilet, really, it has to be an improved toilet, a toilet that you can actually wash and keep clean.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Akbara, for your viewpoint. I was just wondering, just before I bring in Dr. Jane Bevan, you've been talking about 46 million as the figure for persons who are not practicing acceptable bowel movement. Where is this number from? And is it based on our current population figure around about 200 million? How do we get this 46 million?
Okay, now we have the National Outcome Routine Mapping Survey for WASH, which was actually carried out by Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, UNICEF, and the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. That survey started in 2018. As of 2018, Nigeria had 47, and by 2019, when the survey was carried out again, we have 46, and we are still expecting the 2021 survey report.
Thank you. Dr. Jane Bevan, in operating the WASH environment, what have you found to be the major impediments towards improved toilet habits?
Yes, there are several issues that do impede people from actually building a toilet. And I think the biggest one is probably poverty. Because if you really can't afford, and if you have little money, you're going to spend it on basic necessities such as food rather than a toilet. And UNICEF has been looking at some ways to address this, whilst the process that Mrs. Opara just described is subsidy-free, so people are expected to build their own toilets. UNICEF's been looking in challenging areas at different options for subsidy. Rather than just giving direct cash, we've looked at subsidizing the entrepreneurs, for example, who sell the toilets so that people can pay in installments or that they can build their business so that they can afford to reduce their prices because they're buying in bulk. So that's one option. We're also exploring things like vouchers, which you can give to the most vulnerable households to help pay for the investment in a toilet. It doesn't pay the whole price, but it's a substantial part of the investment. So I would say there's no definite, perfect solution for covering that gap, but there are definite options like village saving and loan schemes, different schemes where people, through microfinance institutions, can get money to help pay for a toilet in very challenging areas. But I think some of the other impediments are, as I mentioned before, this gap between knowledge and practice. And I think what we really need to focus on with the campaign that Mrs. Opara also mentioned is really this becoming a social norm. Just like it's not acceptable for you to walk down the street naked, it's not acceptable for you to shit in the open. And that should be the case. It really should be the case that, if people saw it, they'd be really horrified. And they would help that person to find a toilet.
For that to happen, rural dwellers will have to be empowered financially to be able to procure, the safe, clean toilets that she talked about. And from the statistics we have, we understand that Nigeria needs more than 900 billion naira to be able to do that.
Yes.
25% coming from government and 75% from the household. Is there any way the household community can afford to?
Households build their own houses. They don't ask
Do
the
they get
government
support?
to
Do
pay
they
their
get support?
houses.
Do they get support from Ysef, and what kind of support?
They get, like I mentioned, we do help in some instances with very highly vulnerable households with the voucher system. But on the whole, we help by bringing the businesses to the communities to promote and build the toilets.
Because the issue is out of pocket, spending out of pocket. And the toilet facilities in the rural areas are basically the pit. The pit. And according to her, that is not, it's not the hygienic enough to take us to a free defecation country by 2025. So we must look for modern toilets. And to build modern toilets, it takes money. Dr. Igwe, yes. How can we create a balance?
Yeah, creating a balance it's not been easy because last year in particular, I visited a school in Anambra State, and I realized that a school that has been running for years did not have any toilet facility. And the students are paying, or kids or puppies are paying fees, and they have parents. Again, I don't understand whether it's lack of ignorance or not valuing toilet. That is why the theme of this year's World Toilet Day is valuing toilet.
Or the facilities are not, are not functional.
Yeah, some don't even have any facilities. So what we had to do was to say to them, okay, sensitize them to say, the social impact, the economic impact, even the performance of the kids in school, they all obviously, move around not having access to safely managed toilet facilities. Just like you've just mentioned, one is not to have just a pit toilet facility that at the end of the day you evacuate. Because when you evacuate, I call it bulk defecation, because what you have just done is just containment, just to contain the fecal sludge in a particular place, waiting for that particular septic tank to be filled up at one time or the other, and you evacuate and dump them either into running river or in the bushes, which at the end of the day flows back to the people. So what you're trying to prevent, you have also created more problems. So we're trying to create, and that is where the private sector is coming in. It's difficult for the rural areas in terms of our involvement in rural areas. But what we do in those rural areas is to create safely managed toilet facilities in marketplaces, in motor parks in those rural areas. But when it comes to the issue of household toilets, we try to, as much as possible, move away from that, because according to the minister, individuals, and it has happened in India as well, if you start building toilets for individuals, we are tempted to do that. Every other person might start bringing their own toilet facilities down because they want new toilet facilities. They want what you will call the modern facilities at the end of the day. So it's something that we have to, that is why I said that this campaign is not just the government agency alone that can do that. It calls for even the academia. It calls for all stakeholders coming together to actually look at exactly what you have just asked. How do we bridge the gap? Then, but remember, while we're talking about the rural challenges, there's already a thin line. There's just a thin line between what is happening in the rural areas and what is happening in the urban areas. So that is why we said that the challenges are huge. So emphasis should also be laid on the urban areas. I visited a very big estate in Abuja here. I'm sorry to say this, where 6,000 residents comfortably, conveniently go to toilet and all flush, and it goes through one big pipe into a running river. I've reported this to the vice president during our last steering committee meeting. They don't care, and that running river is source of drinking water to people downstream. Then you now find out why we have so much outbreak of cholera in FCT and other places. Now, so the challenges are huge. So what we have done as private sector is to also say to them, come on board. We can build toilet for you for free on a BOT model, to say we give you 10, 20 years to pay off for the toilet facilities for the estates. Then when it comes to the toilet facilities in public places in urban areas, we're also coming seriously to say we can fund, but people have to pay a token to be able to have access to those toilets, so that the entrepreneurs that we have funded will be able to, over time, be able to pay off for whatever facility that we have granted, to them. So the challenges are there. The challenges are huge. UNICEF, development partners are doing the much they can do, but I believe strongly that with the engagement of the private sector that is ongoing now, from entrepreneurs to organizations to the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, who are now very much eager to say, let us even adopt a toilet in a marketplace. An individual can say, okay, this ugly incident in Nigeria has to stop. I'm taking over, we call it sanitation adoption. Let me adopt toilet facility in a particular place and create a job for one entrepreneur. So he brings the funding, and most times it might be free, but he's now obviously using those funding to create job for somebody who will operate and maintain those toilet facilities in those public places. So our emphasis as OPS WASH or private sector is more on urban areas, and at the same time with a very strong emphasis on how we can create jobs. So for us, we don't look at the challenges as UNICEF will look at it, or as the government will look at it. We're actually looking at how do we, within that sanitation value chain, remember you can't do sanitation without water. So when you say wash, water, sanitation, and hygiene, they must all come together. How do we create jobs within that value chain? How do we, create that circular economy that I mentioned, before? It is very, very important. Now we're organizing the MTRs. Even in Abuja here, people still go and call MTR to empty, but one thing they don't ask them is, where do they take it to? Where do you take?
I'm just wondering, Dr. Nicholas Igwe, sometimes we come up with some of these exotic ideas, and when you are then looking at the outcomes, the results aren't quite salutary. I'm not being cynical, but I'm wondering whether there is a recognition, even from the implementation perspective, that what we are dealing with are actually dysfunctionalities in governance. Why would it now require diasporans to come and be investing in a toilet in Nigeria? Let's face it. Why would it be that schools don't have toilets, and then pupils continue to congregate in that school, and there are no health inspectors, there are no education inspectors? So these are the dysfunctionalities. I don't know how well they have been, these tiers of government have been brought in. The fact that the president has launched an emergency indicates the scale of the problem. But if we don't address the dysfunctionalities, particularly at the local government level, we're going nowhere. I mean, what is the issue with a local government being effective in ensuring that households have their toilets, even if it is a pit latrine? There are ways you can actually maintain a pit latrine. You say you want to build toilet for somebody. A pit latrine is one of the easiest things to build. But after you use it, then where do you get your water to wash your hands? So are we addressing these gaps in governance that create these problems? I would now make it look like it's a nuclear issue.
Yes, let me just come in there. It's very disgusting, and it's very, very heartbreaking to really ask those questions, because we understand that. I mean, like I said, when I went to a school, that children get raped every day because they have to go into the bushes to go to toilet in a particular state, in a particular school. In fact, the day that I handed the toilet over to them, the children started crying. Tears of joy, because they have never had that in a long time. Now, the private sector, we're trying to also assist in policies. Development partners like UNICEF are also doing the same thing, to actually engage the government to say, some of these practices, just like you have mentioned, it's not even good to hear that a government agency or even private individuals will go and build schools, collect money without actually having toilet facility that is safely managed, equipped, that the children can actually go in there. We are also trying to address the issue. When the president declared state of emergency, I think, in my opinion, what he was simply saying was that, come on, everybody, stakeholders, we have problems, we have challenges. The challenges could be issues around governance. Challenges could be issues around lack of policies. Challenges could be issues around poor implementation. Challenges could be issues around funding or corruption or one thing or the other. The gaps are there. How do we help each other. So I think it's not too late to get it right, and that is why we are doing everything possible to let the government to also understand. It's just like FCT. Yes, we've been trying to work with FCT even before the declaration of emergency in WASH that was just done a few weeks ago. We have also tried to talk to them to say, we understand that the challenges are there. Remember that they might not have the capacity. They might not have whatever you think that it takes to be able to obviously eradicate the practices of open defecation, open defecation and other sanitation challenges and even water. I was in Lagos State during the Lagos State water investment, promotion, or something like that, and the governor stated that they also have problems. They need solutions. So I think we should be focusing more on. We have taken off a few years back. The government is realizing that they can get help. They are also trying as well. Like I said, when we wrote letter to the governor of Ogun State to say that somebody is interested in, having a site to assist the communities in different market, places to build toilet, facilities, they were very, happy, not because they were getting free funding. They were also asking how can they support. Do they bring some funding as well? We say no, not yet. But we need to train your people in area of management, and to also understand that you can make money from all these things. These are the kind of things that we are coming up as private sector. So I understand the challenges on the side of the government. It did not start 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, but for the fact that they have already started and the political will is already there, we are willing to support them in areas of making sure that we have effective implementation of all these things that we are talking about. Because the one thing is only private sector. If private sector, they understand sustainability. They understand that you don't build a toilet today and tomorrow it breaks down. They understand that you don't drill a borehole today after commissioning it today. In 2 days' time, it doesn't have to work again. We are bringing a whole lot when it comes to sustainability to assist the government. And that is what I mean by collaborative support from all stakeholders. So we need that multi-stakeholders collaboration to be able to solve the problems that you have just mentioned now. We cannot give up as Nigerians. We just have to keep on pushing.
Dr. Nicholas Sigwe, thank you. Let me also take my question to Dr. Mohammed Dan Hassan. Dr. Dan Hassan, I'm wondering if you've taken the fight, or if you've been to some of the schools within the FCT, schools that are run by states, as well as federal. If you have, I'm sure you must have also heard of the slang throwing shot put. It's a very common practice in all the schools. So my question will be, have you thought of starting your campaign even from that level? Because even before the children, our children, are very strong advocates. Once you are able to win them over, then be sure that you can also get the adults to, have a change of habit. So have you thought of starting off from the school level?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have that intervention at the grassroots level, at primary school level, where we go and establish what we call environmental health clubs in primary schools. And we have established them in a number of primary schools in FCT. That club will comprise the pupils who will be in charge of water, sanitation, and hygiene within the school premises. And also we use those children as change agents. There's a school which we went just very close to the city center in Durumi 3. Just until like about 3 months ago, 4 classrooms were built, but no single toilets. And Rotary moved in there to provide water to the school. And recently, the administration has provided toilets to them. But before then, they were defecating in the open. So we established environmental health clubs to use the children as change agents, even when they get back to their communities. And also, we ensure that we teach them on the way to maintain the toilets. And the toilets must be friendly. Because sometimes, especially when the children reach puberty level, especially getting to the secondary school level, some will remain at home when they are on their cycle at the secondary school stage, because the provision is not made for them to change while in school. So we now encourage that these toilets, when they are constructed, they must be female-friendly, gender-based, gender-friendly. And at the grassroots level, these schools now, primary schools especially, when we have these children, and then we organize quizzes and tests for them with some prizes to encourage them to ensure that they maintain good sanitation and hygiene practice within the schools, and also when they get back to their homes. And we've been seeing results, especially there's a school in Gidan Mangoro, Kashi Road in FCT. That was the model we started with, and we're getting some good results at that grassroots level. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Dan Hassan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to take a short break now. When we return, we'll continue with the conversation.
Budweiser Game of Kings is finally here. Watch the battles to beat all battles live. La Liga's Roberto Carlos and Premier League's John Terry will be going head-to-head while playing alongside our very own MPFL players. So come join us on NTA Network and Budweiser's social media network on Saturday, November 20th at exactly 12 p.m.
Niger, it's on. Game of Kings is brought to you by Budweiser, the official sponsors of the EPL and La Liga.
COVID-19, that is the black swan of the century, has actually hit the whole world very hard, even the strongest of economies, and Nigeria was not spared. But due to the proactive stance and steps that the president has taken, we've been able to come out quickly. The president has consistently said we must invest in infrastructure, even as we're investing in human capital, that we must invest in infrastructure, because at the end of the day, that is what will bring about a sustainable economic growth. So the president has given us our directive. He has said you must make sure you pay salaries and pay pensions, but you also make sure that the critical projects of roads, railway, airports, bridges, major infrastructure that are meant to drive the growth of the economy, that we consistently invest in them, even if we have to continue to borrow to do so.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace, and prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again. We are sure of a great future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation into our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
The Hammers will be hoping to continue their winning travel to Wolverhampton. Will the Wolves throw a spanner in their works? This Saturday, it's Wolverhampton versus West Ham United on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 3:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu and powered by Integral.
Welcome back, and it's still Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Let's bring in again Chioma Okpara, who is the national coordinator of this project. I'm just wondering, what is the role of the local governments in this campaign? What is your reading of their performance since the launch of the campaign?
Well, thank you very much. This national campaign is not national at the federal level, because everything goes down to the local government. Now, at the level of the local government, we're also aware that even the schools, early primary schools, these facilities are supposed to be provided by the local government, the markets, the motor parks. But incidentally, these things are not there. So what did we do when we started? We started with advocacy visits to the states, and then inviting also the local government chairman to come on board and then see how they can also support this campaign. Incidentally also, most of these local governments that are now open defecation free, A lot happened at the level of the local governments, because the local governments are expected to follow up these communities, all the communities, until each community becomes open defecation free. And there is a process. We have the protocol for verification, certification of these local governments. So the question now is, all the 774 local governments are supposed to come on board. And that is why there was something I said at the opening. I said, this program, the youth volunteer program, is something that has also opened the eyes of a whole lot of people. And that is something that is happening at the level of the local government, where the chairmen are sensitized and the local government coordinators at the units of the wash units are also sensitized. So they come on board, they train these young people, and the young people go back to their grassroots. And it is a 3-month engagement. And a whole lot has happened for most of these places where this has been flagged off, and then the young people are now out there sensitizing, particularly for hand washing and ending open defecation. And a whole lot, because a whole lot has happened, as at the time before this program was flagged off, we had only about 14 states that have flagged off the campaign. But as a result of that particular volunteer program, which has gone down to the grassroots, and a lot of states have begun to understand the need to key into this campaign, we see that everybody is now on course, on board. The next level is we need to roll out the campaign. We need to collaborate with everybody. And this campaign is about mobilization, mobilizing in the entire country. That was one thing that was key that we saw in India. India was able to mobilize the entire country, and every part of the economy was mobilized. And then we now began to see action. The schools, at the level of the environmental health officers, at the level of the market women, the National Union of Road Transport Workers, everyone must come on board. And that is what we have started. The first thing is sensitization. So that sensitization is something that is on mobilizing and then sensitizing all the key players so that all of us come on board. The National Youth Service Corps is also another aspect where if we are able to harness the engagement of these young people, it is also going to help us a lot, because we are aware that the National Youth Service Corps, they are engaged for their primary assignment at the local government level. So a lot can happen there. We have also carried out our sensitization there and thinking of pushing out that collaboration.
You see, I understand and appreciate what you have said with regard to sensitization. Yes. But sensitization alone will not suffice. There has to be provisioning and then enforcement. If you don't provide the infrastructure, how do you enforce? I asked the question about local governments. Yeah. There is no motor park or market you will go to today where you will not see the presence of local government officials who are tearing tickets for people and collecting revenue. But ask to visit the washrooms in those particular in those particular markets or motor parks, and of course you will be disgusted by what you see. So what then is the impact of the sensitization?
Sensitization is a continuous exercise. Now, 2 days ago, we were at the Jabi Park, and that sensitization actually happened as a pre into this. That's not our first visit to that park. And a whole lot of, we had that dialogue session, and it's something that has to be continuous. At the state level, they have to carry this sensitization down to the grassroots, and it's something that must continue until in India, each person got the message 3,000 times. So we need to continue to create awareness. We need to drum it into our ears until it sinks. In terms of enforcement, a lot of local governments are also, putting up laws, against open defecation. States are also legislating against open defecation. But I also know that we need the public toilets before you can begin to enforce. Yeah. And that is why, again, part of what we are doing is reaching out to the filling stations, reaching out to the hotels, because before these public facilities even begin to come in, we know that we have these other ones. Do they have toilets? If they don't have toilets, why don't they have toilets? So that is another level that we need to reach out to all of them. And that is where the private sector is coming on board.
Chairman, I'm sorry, let me mention this because while I referenced the issue of governance. Yeah. Yes, as a national coordinator, you can say all of this, but the foot soldiers who are local government officials, are they on the same page with you? Look, how many toilets can you go to today in the motor park, in the public square, or some other locations where, assuming there's running water, where you will find disinfectants? bleach, chlorine, Izal, or whatever name it is called, to say that, I mean, you get in there and the place is clean enough for you to use, not that you will be tiptoeing as you are walking into the place. So, Dr. Jane Bevan, you know, these are some of the, that's why I asked you about the practical challenges that, you know, UNICEF encounters in all of this. We can talk big and, you know, have all kinds of grand ideas. 2025 is just around the corner. If you can bring all millions of Nigerians in diaspora, they can build the toilets, but they're not going to run the toilets.
Yes. I agree that any institutional toilet, any public toilet, the maintenance is one of the key issues, operation and maintenance, and the realization in a school, for example, that you need to budget for consumable items like the soap, like the toilet paper, like the cleaning materials. You need to have them every month renewed, and the same in a public space. But I think the way to turn it around a bit is like Dr. Igwe said, there is money to be made in sanitation. If you charge a few naira every time somebody visits a public toilet, that will pay for the person who is maintaining, and it will pay for the cleaning materials. Because as long as you're in a very busy place with lots of turnover, it will be quite profitable. So I think in a school, I think school education authorities need to budget. Again, in health centres, which is a huge issue. You don't want to be sick and then get sicker when you go to a health centre. You want to see that as a centre of excellence, a shining example of how you could be doing your own sanitation at home. So these are some of the challenges, and I do think that institutional, as you mentioned, catching children when they're young and still forming their ideas is a fantastic opportunity for habits for life. If you use a toilet and wash your hands at school every day, hopefully you will continue to do that in the rest of your life.
So, well, I guess 2025 is just around the corner.
Yeah, the other point, Claire, we haven't touched on this, because when you say water supply, it is the business of the federal government to provide bulk water by way of dams. But we have a challenge, and the Minister of Water Resources has spoken about that on our program in the past, that some state governments, if not many state governments, do not tap in from this bulk water already provided by the government, so that in urban areas you have poor reticulation for the for pipe-borne water. So everyone has a borehole somewhere, borehole, which is not generally accessible. I mean, in the FCT here, how many phases of the FCT are covered by public water supply? What is the level of reticulation? So if you don't have that infrastructure of publicly available water, how then can you drive this up and say in public spaces or even in homes that don't have access to pipe-borne water, they should, use the washroom and then, wash their hands? I mean, that's failure beckoning, isn't it? At least to an extent.
Yes, you always need water, and there is no life without water. So people only live where there is water one way or another. They will find it. So in terms of hygiene, it's always possible to actually minimize the amount of water you use for washing your hands. So it's really not an excuse to say we have no water, because there's always water.
Right, Dr. Nicholas Igwe, I want to believe that the first step, the first goal in achieving, free, open defecation-free country by 2025 is to get, Nigerians to stop doing it in the open air. That's the basic step. Once that is done, then I'm sure we now, roll in the next step, which is of course maintenance and and all that. So for this first step, you've emphasized, and Dr. Bevan also emphasized, the profit-making aspect of it, the business aspect of it. That would entail getting the people to take interest in toilet business. So how do we begin to engender that interest, being that it's not particularly a fast way of making profit, or a very, attractive business for that matter?
Yeah, maybe I would not totally believe that it's not a fast way of making money, because I didn't know that myself, until I started getting into it deeper and deeper. I can tell you that if you go to like a place like Oyimbo Market in Lagos, you see the level of traffic, the people that come in there, and there is no toilet facility that is safely managed in that particular place. Then imagine somebody paying 10 naira or 20 naira to have access. People are willing to pay that, and you have over 10,000 people coming in and out. That place is very, very heavy when it comes to people that come to the market there. You can imagine that number one is the how much to generate in a month. We have done the financials. The most important thing is, how do we get the entrepreneurs together? How do we get those, revolving credit facility for those entrepreneurs to say to them, here are the financials. We've done the breakdown. You can actually make so much amount of money every month. You can actually create more jobs for the people. Remember, it's not just going in to use the toilet. There are also other things. And I say this very strongly. There are no new technologies. We shouldn't think that it's not achievable. It is already been done. You can generate biogas, methane gas. It's done. In Port Harcourt, for example, the prison in Rivers State in Port Harcourt is built by one of our members, and they use the gas they generate there to cook. So in that kind of heavy, places like market, places you can do that. And the type of toilet facility that we are talking about, like I mentioned before, is not toilet that at the end of the day, you evacuate the fecal sludge into an unknown place. It's something that you can actually have, organic manure in situ, right from there. Like I said, there are no new technologies. It's something that is available everywhere. It is being done in Nigeria. And that is what we are offering the estate that I mentioned before, to say, okay, you people do not have money. This estate has been built for a long time. Even other estates in Abuja here in particular, they will say that they did not plan to invest X amount of money, 500 million naira, to build a decentralized sewage treatment system. But they can afford to sell one building in that particular estate for 1 billion naira, but they cannot afford to have a centralized or decentralized sewage treatment system to treat sewage that is generated within the estate. We say, okay, we can build for you. Here are the figures. They actually realize that they can actually make money themselves. Because not only that the investors will make money, they themselves can also have a small percentage for even accepting in the first place. However, they will be paying a particular amount of money on a monthly basis. So the first phase is to have those infrastructure in place. Then before we now go into operation and maintenance. To be able to achieve that, we actually need a national dialogue on sanitation, whereby the private sector, the entrepreneurs, we're approaching them bit by bit. But we want something that the communication can go out there for people to know that while we do not have jobs, you can actually create jobs for yourself. And just like people probably will think, I think, sorry that I have to still use the same word that we're trying to avoid, but somebody said at the time that shit business is a serious business. It is actually a serious business. It is one sector of the economy that people are neglecting. Everybody is running into oil and gas, not realizing that sanitation, within the sanitation value chain, lots of money can be made if well coordinated and if well supported by the government, from the local government level to state level to federal government level. I think once the CNCS, that's the Clean Nigeria Campaign Secretariat, if they are able to actually trigger what have been discussed already, whereby the government agencies understand the consequences of not having implementable policies and governance and all those things. It affects them at the end of the day. Remember, the rich also cry. People have typhoid fever. Cholera, typhoid is not meant for the poor alone. That is one good thing about it.
Dr. Nicholas Igwe, thank you very much. We're getting pressed for time. I know that because of your private sector orientation, you've spoken about this, but the business perspective to sanitation should not trump the public health perspective, some persons would argue. The first priority is that this is a public health issue, And it has a knock-on effect, of course, on our social life, on the economy ultimately. But to front-load the business imperative in sanitation, some persons would argue could be defeatist. There are opportunities, explore those opportunities. Back again to the governance issue, you were talking about an estate where you have thousands of residents. And then, of course, there's improper sewage management. So the question would then arise, who gave approval for that estate? Who gave approval when residents started moving into that estate? That's why we're talking about governance. Back again to Dr. Mohammed Dan Hassan. How much interministerial cooperation or collaboration is there with regard to enhancing sanitation in the FCT? I'm asking this question because concerns have been raised about schools, even in urban locations in the FCT, where there's very poor bowel movement in terms of respecting the rules or even having the infrastructure. Is the local government or the area councils, are they involved? Is your health department involved? Who else is the Department of Education or Secretariat for Education also involved in all of this, or it is domiciled in one agency and then that is the business of that agency alone?
Thank you. We have what we call FCT Task Group on Sanitation. And this group comprises all the agencies, the stakeholders, such as the Abuja Environmental Protection Agency, the Development Control, the area councils, urban and regional planning, all the stakeholder government agencies. They come together to now project these issues in terms of even when approvals are given for building by development control to ensure the proper sanitation and hygiene infrastructure is there and is adhered to. So it's not just an agency that deals with it. We have a kind of a forum where the relevant government agencies come together and try to address all these issues, both in the city and the area councils. So that already is in place.
I don't know. Let's take a practical example. My colleague Claire has been talking about the situation in Yanya Karo. I mean, Yanya, part of it is in Nasarawa, and Karo, where you have this disgusting practice. Here in the city, Mabushi, that's where you have the Federal Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Environment. Under the bridge, and where you have a number of daily paid laborers who gather, there is no evidence that anyone is maintaining the proper discipline with regard to not soiling the environment.
Yes, that Mabushi roundabout, in fact, is notorious for open defecation, and it has been earmarked for provision of public toilets there already. And we've made inspections, not just the Mabushi roundabout, around the Bega Junction too, and other places within the city and outside the city have been earmarked and designated for provision of public toilets. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources have indicated interest to also partner and also construct public toilets, and we have a lot of private farms that have come up. Right now we've listed about 200 locations, and this will have to key into the master plan of the FCT to fit in by the Urban and Regional Planning Department to ensure that they fit into the plan, and where you need adjustment, it needs to be put in place. So these special and notorious places have been earmarked and have been checked and inspected, and we have about almost 200 locations now that are being considered for construction of public toilets. Some will probably have mobile toilets where it's not feasible to have the permanent structure. So we are on it, and we are engaging private sector to participate actively in this course.
Dan Hassan, thank you very much. You're not, I'm not expecting you to respond to what I'm going to say, but it's just that we really don't need, there's no hard and fast rule about doing these things. You could just deploy some people to go there, do these places that we have mentioned, and begin to enforce. But we'd like to appreciate your contributions in our program today, and hopefully we will keep an eye on the state of things as with regards to ending open defecation, especially in the FCT. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Dan Hassan, Executive Director FCT Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency, RUWASA. Thank you. And let me also appreciate Dr. Nicholas Igwe, National Coordinator, Organized Private Sector in WASH. Thank you very much for joining in our conversation. And Dr. Jane Bevan, Chief Water, Sanitation and Hygiene WASH of UNICEF Nigeria. Would like to appreciate you, madam. And Chioma Opara, National Coordinator, Clean Nigeria Campaign Nigeria, of course, domiciled at the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Chizoma. Yes, Chizoma. All right, let's take a look at sports, and that's from our sports desk.
Liverpool could be without 9 first-team players due to an injury crisis at Anfield ahead of this weekend's Premier League tie with Arsenal. Defenders Andy Robertson and Joe Gomez, midfielders Naby Keita, James Milner, Jordan Anderson and Curtis Jones have all been struggling with injury. Roberto Firmino has an hamstring problem. Belgian striker Origi is also a doubt for the weekend after picking up an injury while on international duty. Sadio Mane is fine, though after suffering a minor issue with Senegal. Meanwhile, Arsenal captain Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang will be fit for the trip to Liverpool, according to reports. In the other APL Matchday 12 fixtures, Chelsea will travel to face the Foxes. Steven Gerrard will be hoping to start on a good note as Aston Villa hosts Brighton, while Manchester United will also be away to play Watford. And in tennis, Novak Djokovic moved into the semi-finals of the ATP Finals for the 10th time with a comfortable victory over Andrei Rublev in Turin Wednesday. The world #1 bidding to equal Roger Federer's record of 6 titles as the season-ending event brushed aside 5th seed Rublev 6-3, 6-2 to secure his 50th match win of the year.
Seals it with a 14th ace.
34-year-old Djokovic plays Cameron Norrie in his last round-robin match on Friday.
That's it for us on Good Morning Nigeria today. Thank you for tuning in. The program returns on Monday, same time, 7 o'clock in the morning. Until then, don't take care of yourselves. Enjoy your weekend. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Claire Adelabo Abdurazak. Always a pleasure to have you join us. Let's do it again same time next week. And let me remind you to always join the NCA in our fight against rape and rapists. Have a great weekend.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
You have a huge future ahead of you, and you're condemning yourself before you started on that journey. So please don't do that. Please don't.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
The coronavirus, also known as
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hi, I'm Chris Paulo Taigwe, and this is Forex Matters. And it's another great day to take a look at Forex issues. The rising rates of the dollar and some other foreign currencies are a growing concern to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the government, and Nigerians at large. But the CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, we believe, is more than capable to handle the task. Although there might be hitches for now, but we are sure that the CBN governor, Emefiele, is steering the ship in the direction he knows best to get us to his destination.
the coronavirus, also known as COVID.
7% towards $60,000 as major cryptocurrencies plunge. The yuan strengthens as Biden's Z seek reset and dollar waits for data. The euro versus the United States dollar set for more pain as ECB to remain dovish. The Chinese authorities report money laundering involving their CBDC. The euro versus the Japanese yen price penetrates $131 level downside, targeting $130 level. The naira gets stronger as traders record $9.5 billion turnover at official Forex windows since September. The Central Bank of Nigeria refused claims that exchange rate has been removed from its website. And FCCPC to investigate illegal practices, rights violation in money lending industry.
Foreign exchange, hard currencies, dollar, pound sterling, euro, Dutch marks, French francs, and so on. It is all about Forex. It is the denominator that lubricates the economy as well as your life. International trade is run by it. Our national economy is dependent on it. As a manufacturer, it is what you need to bring your materials from overseas. And as a parent, it is what you need to send your children to school abroad. And for critical medical treatment, Forex is what you need to get that hospital outside Nigeria. So you need to know how it's faring in the market. how and where you can get it through the banks and the BDCs. Forex Matters will bring to you information on developments in the Forex market and how the community is responding just to make it good for you. Forex Matters, your monitor on Forex developments.
Cletus Uduma is the Executive Secretary of APCON. He speaks on the essential roles of the organization to his members, to government.
We see to the resolution of conflicts between our members and the public or among our members, even for the solving of the problems. And also we see to easy rendition of returns, because we have our own engine room where members will come and render their returns according to the specifications of the CBN.
Part of these responsibilities include the obligations of the BDCs to the CBN.
And we make sure from time to time the very guidelines we get from CBN are disseminated to members as soon as possible, and make sure we follow them up to see that they did things or they do things the way it should be done. We organize training to members. We organize sensitization to make sure everybody knows what to do as central bank specifies. And we make sure all requirements as to the documentations are known to members. We go out for sensitization. Our members actually need to be informed as to what CBN needs, what the law says, what the government requires, indeed what our executives require from members.
As administrators of the BDC's operation, Uduma says the association ensures its members comply to every directive from the CBN.
So we make sure the trainings from day-to-day training, from day-to-day visits to their offices, trying to check whether the requirements of the office equipment are correct, whether their returns are rendered as soon as possible. In fact, we make sure no customer or no operator comes to CBN or to Secretariat to render returns without assistance.
Alhaji Abdul Wahab Yusuf is an APCON Board of Trustee member representing the North Central Zone. He talks about how the association engages with the CBN, especially before the policy change.
There is a channel of communication between the CBN and the association. When issues are coming up, the informations are forwarded to the executive secretary, who in turn passes it to the president, and the president notify us, that is the executive and the board of trustees. Coincidentally, we always have a joint meeting, both the board of trustees and the executives, so that every information are captured at the same time. Prior to this issue of the announcement, we've been having series of meetings with the CBN, advising them on what to do. One of the things I in particular suggested was that there is this issue of demand and supply. And when there is a disequilibrium in an economy, definitely you have to find a way out.
He admits that the CBN suspension of forex supply to the BDC has opened the eyes of its members to other windows, available for them to manage their forex business. In other words, the CBN policy has compelled the BDC to explore other avenues, for sourcing and sale of Forex to Nigerians. However, there is a big but.
Getting allocation from CBN was the easiest thing to do. You know that every Tuesday or Monday you fund your account. On Tuesday you collect your dollar, and of course you are moving. So that preoccupied us, to the extent that other areas were neglected. Now, but the other areas that are there for us are numerous, but there are a lot of encumbrances.
One of these windows, Wahab says, is the diaspora remittances.
About over $34 billion are expected to be coming into the country annually. Nigeria and Pakistan seems to be one of those countries where diaspora forms or constitute a huge sum of source for the GDP. But it is not coming now because they are discouraged. Discouraged in the sense that CBN wants them to bring in this money at the official rate of CBN. I'll give you an example. As of today, it's saying about 412 naira to the dollar, whereas in the parallel market, same amount, same currency, you can get it over 500 naira.
Foreign exchange, hard currencies, dollar, pound sterling, euro, Dutch marks, French francs, and so on. It is all about Forex. It is the denominator that lubricates the economy as well as your life. International trade is run by it. Our national economy is dependent on it. As a manufacturer, it is what you need to bring your materials from overseas. And as a parent, it is what you need to send your children to school abroad. And for critical medical treatment, Forex is what you need to get that hospital outside Nigeria. So you need to know how it's faring in the market, how and where you can get it through the banks and the BDCs. Forex Matters will bring to you information on developments in the Forex market and how the community is responding, just to make it good for you. Forex Matters, your monitor on Forex developments.
Prince Uchenna Onwuka is the Southeast Zone Chairman of APCON. The Southeast, as you know, has been experiencing some level of insecurity for some time now, compounded now with the sit-at-home order by the independent people of Biafra, popularly known as IPOB.
Because of the security implication, we have to obey. Because our business deals with cash. So when we have any security threat, we have to take caution. So apart from that Monday, every other day, our business activities go well.
Despite these challenges, the APCON Southeast Chairman says it still ensures its members play by the CBN rules and regulations.
As far as APCON is concerned, we have regulations, so and we know about the regulations. So Southeast is our people comply with the CBN regulations. So the issue of center returns, renditions, we are on it. And we had trainings like a few months ago, and the trainings went well. About 2 days training, CBN, EFCC, consultants, they came and spoke to us in areas we have to know, because we have new members always, and from time to time we do have trainings to update our members. So we are doing well, we are on it.
Communicating with members is an essential element, in ensuring that the BDC operators in the zone are all on the same page of compliance to the CBN directive.
We also have Telegram to accommodate our members. So we have secretariat. Once in a while, we have meetings where we come together and deliberate.
Okeke Nchekube is the BOT member of APCON representing the Southeast Zone. The BOT Southeast rep says its members are impacted by the challenging situation in the Southeast.
In terms of insecurity, I think insecurity is almost in every part of Nigeria now. It's not all that too bad in the southeast, but economically it's affecting us little by little. So, and recently the Southeast Caucus of the National Assembly they had a meeting and they will intervene. So I think in that direction they are doing something about it. The sit at home is affecting us. It's affecting everybody, not only the traders. So it's not a good thing at all.
To manage the situation and shield their business from further damage, Okeke says the zone has deepened its communication method with members in that part of the country.
You know, when this type of thing happens, so many people are thrown off balance. And in this type of situation, so many people lose money by trying to look for money anyhow or to do business at all costs, thereby losing money. And we do have a WhatsApp forum where we interact. So we do encourage them to have a little time that going forward, that the CBN policy may not be all that bad, but we believe there will be reason and take into consideration certain things concerning the policy they took. So we are telling them not to enter into any business they don't know about. So the main thing is patience.
The APCON BOT Southeast rep laments the devastating impact that suspension of forex supply to the BDCs had on jobs.
Certainly, so many people lost their jobs. In Nigeria today, there is around 5,680 operating licenses of road change. So the policy cut off around 22,000 plus engaged workers. Because in each road change, you have a maximum of four workers. You have a manager, you have a computer analyst, you have a compliance officer, and the accountant. Maximum of 4. So losing this number to the already volatile employment market, it's a very dire situation. So it's affected so many people.
Before he became an ex-official member, Elder Archibald Wodofia was an organizing vice chairman in the North Central Zone of APCON. And he was the chairman of the electoral committee that brought in the current national executive of APCON. He gives a more graphic description of how CBN's shutdown of the weekly forex supply to the BDCs has affected the youths in their employ.
Currently, if you go to Lagos, go to Abuja, go to Kano, you see young men milling around. In Abuja, we call them chokolo. They are making a livelihood from the operations of the road change, even though they may not be licensed operators. And the BDCs employ, at least each BDC employs 4 staff. And they all earn a living from the FX sector. And if you throw away, of course, they are now on the streets.
For Elder Wodofia, the impact becomes more worrisome Especially when one considers the consequences of these job losses that have generated from the policy.
A lot of them were breadwinners to their families. Now they have nothing to do. Most of them, especially in the north, say like Kano and so on, even here in Abuja, may migrate to become bandits, to join Boko Haram. And that is a serious security concern that, unfortunately, our policymakers have not taken into consideration.
According to him, even the small-scale, medium enterprises, SMEs, are also badly affected by the cutting off of forex supplies to the BDCs.
SMEs, medium-scale enterprises, they buy the forex requirements from the BDCs. Now that is no more. We are not going to talk about the skyrocketing rates that is going on because the supply is not there. The supply is, in fact, sometimes a customer will call you, you go around zone 4 and look for it. Therefore, anybody who has will give you a rate that is, well, maybe, and people, if you have, because there's that competition, the highest bidder, you give to the highest bidder. And the person buying from you will sell at a rate higher on what he bought, at least with some margin.
Foreign exchange, hard currencies, dollar, pound sterling, euro, Dutch marks, French francs, and so on. It is all about Forex. It is the denominator that lubricates the economy as well as your life. International trade is run by it. Our national economy is dependent on it. As a manufacturer, it is what you need to bring your materials from overseas. And as a parent, it is what you need to send your children to school abroad. And for critical medical treatment, Forex is what you need to get that hospital outside Nigeria. So you need to know how it's faring in the market, how and where you can get it through the banks and the BDCs. Forex Matters will bring to you information on developments in the Forex market and how the community is responding, just to make it good for you. Forex Matters, your monitor on Forex developments.
Anwar Ibrahim is the Board of Trustees chairman for APCON, and he appreciates the CBN governor and his team. He says whatever policy they make, good or bad, is for the greater good of all.
We are trying to suggest the Central Bank of Nigeria for the work doing, though we knew all the central bank and the federal government are doing, they are doing for the benefits of the common man and for the benefit of Nigerians at large.
Worried by the degenerating state of the Naira, Ibrahim believes there is an urgent need right now to make recommendations to the government.
We need to suggest the government to let's rescue the situation as quicker as possible, because the way things are going, we don't know of what it may happen tomorrow on these dollars. If the government has a plan B, we wouldn't mind. But from the time we were suspended, we have never seen any implementation.
The APCON BOT chairman believes there is a greater need for the CBN and the BDCs to dialogue, since both parties are actually working for the advancement of the objectives of the federal government of Nigeria concerning forex management in the country. For him, there are so many other windows open for the BDCs in the dispensation of their forex services to Nigerians and, for the benefit of the economy.
What you should know about the BDCs. 1. Together, they have created over 300 billion naira worth of assets in the economy, judging by their capital. 2. Together, they have created about 40,000 jobs for Nigerians. 3. They provided the most potent tool of the Central Bank of Nigeria exchange rate management in 2006, 2009, and 2017 to 2020. 4. They partner with the Central Bank of Nigeria, Nigeria Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS), and Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit (NFIU) to build ICT capacity for data transmission to relevant agencies. 5. They deepen FX market and accessibility. 6. They help reduce incidents of fake currency in circulation. And 7. They provide safer and more decent alternative to the malam selling dollars on the street.
I really appreciate you for sharing 30 minutes of your time with me on today's episode of Forex Matters. But I'm happier that you are getting to know the BDCs better. As you may have seen for yourself, these are businessmen with a patriotic heart to contribute to the well-being of the nation's economy while serving you your own Forex needs decently and legitimately within the rules of the Central Bank of Nigeria. As we go along, you will be knowing them more, and as well issues bordering on Forex management in Nigeria and around the world. So, till we meet in the next episode, same time, same station, I remain your friend and Forex guide, Chris Ntalive. Have a great day.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Hello, and welcome to Strictly Speaking. Language is the essence of our existence. It's what sets us apart from the rest of creation, and it's what unites humanity.
It has changed greatly because social media has influenced the use of English language in terms of writing and speaking.
When you talk about performance, you then talk about your style. When you talk about your style, you start to look at the authentic you.
Whatever field you are in, you are a creative. And when you realize that, you will work better and have better results.
It's the expression of who we are and a suggestion of what we can become. Welcome to Strictly Speaking. I'm Bimbo Oluyede.
Drive in the rain.
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
This is the network service of the NTA.
In most African literature, social issues and the way people relate are some of the major subjects, be it in drama, poetry, or prose. How individuals interact in love and friendship with the larger society are the sine qua non of literature. It's African literature on the NTA, Africa's largest television network. Nene Basi is my name, with so much love to share on this. The best and most beautiful things in this world cannot be seen or heard. They must be felt with the heart. Our focus on this edition is love.
Love may very well be the most profound emotion ever experienced, whether platonic or romantic, fleeting or lifelong. Love has the power to nurture meaningful relationships, shatter our hearts, teach important lessons, and change lives forever. So, it is no wonder that love is one of the most frequently delved into themes in African literature. It defies boundaries by appearing across all genres, age groups, and periods in history. And like in real life, the presence of love can make a story acutely heartfelt and memorable, regardless of the outcome. So, how do Africans explore love as a literary theme?
Culture is really very dynamic because, yes, there is the past and then there is the present. Because if you're looking at modern people who went to school, we're likely to lean towards what you are calling the modern way of love or the foreign way of love. We want people to take us out. We want people to give us flowers, possibly. We want people to propose to us kneeling down and all of those. Those are dynamic. But before, those things weren't really there. Some of the marriages, most of the marriages before were contracted, for example, through recommendation. You know, families will like you, and then we get together, they get married, or two people will be friends, and then one day say, I'm going to marry you. Or, you know, such acts of kindness. Maybe a young man will start coming to a family, start fetching water for them, start doing woods for them, and everybody's wondering what is wrong, and then they're eyeing someone. And then situations where you want a girl, for example, you go with your people, and they'll start saying that we saw a flower in this compound, you know, and so that flower is a human being and all of that. But because culture is dynamic, because a lot of these people are exposed, because we have traveled and we have come back, of our films, because we watch foreign films, and because every human being has this desire to be loved. It's not an African thing, it's not an Oyibo thing, it's just a natural desire that God has put in everybody. So everybody wants to be loved. I don't think there's anyone who wants to be treated shabbily. If you notice, we have dropped the polygamous way of marriage. We have now embraced monogamy. You understand? And so you see people is wrong, is wicked. But you see women maybe slicing off a man's whatever because he is dating another person. We see people going through phones. You know, who are you chatting with? Is that your ex? So you find that somehow the present crop of people are leaning towards that which you are calling Oyibo way of showing love. All of the flowers before you give a lady a flower, I mean, like, what's this flower for? Cake, what's this? Convert it into money. But now people don't mind flowers. They don't mind cake. And maybe after the flower and the cake, you still bring, you know, a gift. You don't end with that. But not when you bring a flower to someone, say, what's this flower? That would have been the reaction a long time ago. So I think, for me, the concept of love is everybody wants to be loved. And you don't love without showing. In the other setting in Africa, a man can go and be telling everybody about how wonderful his wife is. And he comes home, he doesn't want to tell her because he doesn't want her to be swollen-headed and behave. So, but women want to be told that they are loved. Women want to be cherished. And that's why I love the fact that a day has been set aside. You know, Valentine is full of arguments. Some people argue that it's one culture, we should love every day. But I think setting it aside is a way of reminding us that we should go out of our way and love and show people love. You see, there might be people who have never taken their wives out. There are people who have never bought any gift for their wife or for their husbands. So this presents an opportunity to go over and above to cherish that woman that you have with you. Okay, so that's my thinking.
Isi Osondo, in his story, I Will Lend You My Wife, gives an intriguing love story between Nduka and Ijedi.
I Will Lend You My Wife. Well, a title sometimes really goes to show what the book is all about, or the story, because I won't say book now, because what's his name? Isi Osondo. This is a collection of stories. So I'll Lend You My Wife is one story in the collection. And like the title goes, it's what is obtainable in a lot of instances when you travel out without, maybe you went to America on a holiday and you decide not to come back and your wife is in Nigeria. So this couple traveled, this man, Nduka, traveled. I hope I'm free to go into the story. Yeah. Okay, good. So Nduka traveled to the US. He was married to his wife and she was having problem conceiving. So he traveled to the US and the thing was to bring his wife over. But you know that American visa is not a tea party. So she has done everything to join the husband. It didn't work. To the extent of going to a pastor who even sprinkled anointing oil over the pages of the international passport. And still, when she got there, the woman, the visa had the effrontery to tell her that she was not going to come back. I mean, she didn't understand it until the husband came up with a foolproof plan. So he has a friend, a Smokes. And so he tells a Smokes to marry his wife. It's business. So that's contract. So he gave the Smokes $35,000, saved up to that. This Nduka was living in a truck. He worked in a haulage company there, and he was living in a truck, saving up. And he gives it to this guy. And the idea was for this guy to marry his wife, and after some months, they divorce, and then he will marry her. And so that was foolproof, because Mr. Smokes is an American citizen. And so he has a right to marry wife wherever he's from. And so when she gets to the embassy, they were even asking, have you met him? She said, I've not met him. Say, somebody I haven't met. Say, yes, her own father married with picture. So they just sent picture and he liked it and all. Very importantly in that story, because this is love, Nduka really loves her. The reason why I say so is because most people, when they now travel, the arrangement that he's making is what he would have made for himself. He would have rather married a white or an American, because they can come in blacks, or Mr. Smokes was a black, but a black American. They would rather marry an American, and then after some years, which might be 5-10 years, divorce and then start marrying. So in that case, they might even forget you. So everybody in Nigeria, they're telling you, even lock yourself. They even lock you that he's still trying to get you across. So for everybody who is in that situation, you just must pity them. And then you now really wonder, did they really need to have traveled? How, at the end of the day, how would he be? Will the love between him and his wife still be so strong? If, for example, she had things to do with that her friend, will it be the same again? And you know, the irony of it was there was a wedding. Because within 3 months of your coming into the country, you must wed. And so Nduka was there, and the officiating priest was just wondering how they were so excited. You know, he hadn't seen it before. So me in my mind, I was picturing the wedding. So there is Mr. Smokes in wedding suit, and this lady in bridal gown, not for Nduka, but for a total stranger, so that they can be together, you know. The whole idea is for them to be together. So sometimes love comes with a great price. A great price. So that's how the title came. I will lend you my wife for 3 months after you return my wife to me.
Marriage, migration, culture, religion, and sacrificial love are themes spotlighted in the story.
Because of my explanation, we're seeing a couple of themes. Number one is the theme of marriage. You know, marriage, properly called, between two people. Marriage doesn't have room for the third party. No room for that. Then another theme is the quest to travel abroad. When you believe that, you know, you lose your job and things are hard, you want to go to a place, like someone would say, some people think that in America, as you're walking on the streets, you're picking all the money you're picking dollars. So that's another theme of migration. Do you understand? So he'd rather go there, work in a haulage company, he'd rather live in a truck than continue to be in the country. That's another theme. Then you have one of culture. You know, EJD hadn't had a baby and already she was having stress, problems, you know. So we're still a culture that marriage, one of the things that is strong about marriage is children. When children, if you go outside this country, you see people like Obama, 2 children. You see the Clintons, 1 child. See all of them, Jackie Onas, all those, just one child, 2 children, but it's still such a big deal. And then you see the religion playing a big part. I believe that if EJD had sat down and studied proper ways of getting into America, It would have been better than just believing one prophet somewhere who even mutilated the passport by sprinkling oil, olive oil or anointing oil on the pages of a man. In fact, that should even put the woman off, because if and then I just see, why would you do this to a passport? It's more like a stepping on money, you know, like you're spraying money. Why would you do, I'm sure you're not serious, you know, that kind of thing. So that theme, you know, it's also there. And then you're strong. Then you have the theme of proper residency. Nigerians outside the country find this so hard. So sometimes you have someone who has lived in a place for 15 years, he doesn't have his papers. His mother dies, he can't come home. His father dies, he can't come home. No matter what happens, he can't come home because no papers. Do you understand? Then you have another theme of trying to beat the system. So you now find that in every society, there's always a way to beat their system. So no matter how foolproof you are, you have the best detectives. And okay, in this case, what do? An American citizen wants to marry a wife from Africa, and you say no. No, it's not possible. He has to bring his wife. And so he brings his wife, and then there's nothing you can do. You come, and he must wed her. They have wedded. So you come into the house, they're together. Oh, hi, welcome, how is everything? Come in, have a drink. And you look around, you see their pictures on the wall. What is there to tell you that this is fake? Nothing. So that theme is, you know, so many things. Well, the main theme for me, the main thing is that Nduka loved his wife and was desperate for her to join him. And whatever it was going to take, he was ready to make the sacrifice. EJ, in fairness to her, did not understand the level of sacrifice she was going to make, because she was asking him, are we not going together? And then he couldn't explain that I'm leaving you here and I'm going somewhere else. I'm leaving you with a man and I'm going somewhere else. I mean, it was painful. It was painful.
The story is set in Nigeria and the United States of America.
Oh yes, the book is set, of course, Nigeria, where you have the EJDs and the prophets, and where you have all the immigration people stamping passports and not stamping passports, and then America.
Metaphor is a dominant literary device used in the story.
And they used a lot of metaphors like this, like that, like that, like that. It's a good book.
The text is written in very simple and descriptive English.
The author writes in very simple English. What it means that anyone can read and understand it. And I love that kind of writing. It's not because I'm a lazy writer, but because when you write a book, it's not only you that will read the book now, or you and some professors or some, you know, you should yearn for a situation where the generality, of course you can throw in some big words because my vocabulary has to increase, your own has to increase. But imagine like in a sentence of 10 words, you cannot recognize 5. So you have a dictionary on one side, you have a book on one, you see avatar, you go and check. Before you finish checking, you are seeing another one, you want to go and check. So this book is, you know, so original, so natural, so descriptive. And then the good thing about the book, because it's descriptive, is that you can paint the picture in your eyes. This is such a way you can picture EJD. You can picture when Nduka was trying to explain to her. He couldn't even give the real full explanation. Like, I'm sorry what I'm doing to you. You know, it's so descriptive.
Chinyere Obiobasi describes Isio Sondu as a good writer.
He's a good writer to the extent that I can read this book and enjoy it. And I know that other people too can enjoy it. I mean, the day I picked his collection, I didn't drop it until I finished it. So for me, that's why I'm happy I say rate him yourself. So I'm rating him. He's a good writer.
Epaphras Chukwuemeniwe Osondu, no doubt, is an African writer that has made the continent proud. Arts composition will tell us more about him.
Osondu was born in Nigeria, and as a child, he devoured books like Cyprian Equensi's and African Nights Entertainment, Haggard's adventure novels, and more. After writing his first poems, Osondu began writing short stories. He worked in advertising, which prepared him in instantly grabbing the reader's interest. He was active not only as an author and a publisher, but also in the Association of Nigerian Authors. He worked for a long time as an advert writer in Nigeria. I Will Lend You My Wife is one of Osondo's examples of confidence in writing, simplicity of diction, and storytelling prowess. The story centers around marriage, relationships, and the love that exists between couples. Osondo's A Letter from Home in 2006 was chosen as one of the 10 best stories published on the internet. In 2007, he made the finals of the Caine Prize for African Literature with his prose text, Jimmy Carter's Eyes. Then in 2009, he won the African Booker Prize for his short story, Waiting. He has been a winner of the 9th Annual BOA Short Fiction Prize for his collection, Alien Stories. He is winner, Caine Prize, and a Pushkin Special Mention, among other awards. He earned his MFA from Syracuse University, where he was a Syracuse University Fellow. His fiction has appeared in The Atlantic, AG&I, and his works have been translated into over half a dozen languages, including Icelandic, Japanese, and Belarusian. He's a contributing editor at AG&I, the Boston University Literary Journal. His stories play in Africa and United States, often focusing on the discrepancy between the hopes of African immigrants and the reality awaiting them in America. Osondo has lived in the United States for years and teaches creative writing and other subjects as an associate professor at Providence College in Rhode Island. Some of his works include A Letter from Home, Jimmy Carter's Eyes, Waiting, Voice of America, and many more.
If you spot a symbol, concept, or plot structure surfacing repeatedly in a literary text, you may be dealing with a motif. What then is a motif in literature? Love takes a lot of sacrifice, and we are most alive when we are in love. A wise saying will come up shortly while we continue to live in love with one another in our continent, Africa, and the world at large. Bye, and love you.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Action. Pictures are created in accordance with the creative vision of the photographer. The ability of a photographer to express perceptions and emotions in order to convey an impression connotes the art of photography. Most photographic works show aesthetic qualities. Some create an illusion, while some abstract photos may paint a deeper meaning from the ordinary. All this depicts the creativity of this artistry. In the early decades of the 19th century, photography captured more detail and information than the traditional methods of replication, like painting and sculpture. Today, photography still remains a unique art form that demands creative thinking from the photographer. We all love taking pictures, but there's a whole lot that goes into making our pictures look flawless. In this artistry, every detail counts.
I'd usually like to start with one light and then improve my lighting style up to the point when I get the kind of picture I want to shoot. So I'll start with this. This is always called the main light, and I'm going to start the main light on camera right. Okay, fine. So the next thing I need to do now is to position her. I like to sit down, look towards this light. You can put one foot up, one foot down, make yourself relax. Come to the edge of the stool. Good. Fine. Are you relaxed enough? All right, so just smile, and let's see how this goes. Fantastic. So with every shot I take, I begin to readjust my camera till I achieve what I want to see. So right now, there's too much lighting coming on her face, so I'm going to have to work on my lighting style and try it again. And well, it looks much better this time around. This is one light setup. And when I took the first light, there was so much light, I had to adjust my settings. And she looks more like this now.
New technological trends in digital photography have opened a new direction in full-spectrum photography, where careful filtering choices across the ultraviolet lead to new artistic visions. This art entails careful staging and lighting of the picture.
I'm going to make it very simple, so I'm going to just add one more light, and then I'm done. This light I'm adding is called a hair light or a rim light. It allows the picture to have a form, and so I can see her in a beautiful place. Beautiful. You see the picture has changed again. You notice there's a rim light now that has created a form. When you look at the first one, it was bare, and the second one has some form of rim between it. And then from here, we go into post-production and print. This is the picture, and it comes in two formats. It comes as a JPEG, which is a camera processed option, and it comes as a RAW version, which is the original version with the camera shot the picture. So I'm going to edit this in RAW right now. So I start with this. Good, so the picture is out now, and I start to work on it. Luckily, she has a very fresh face, which is an advantage. So I may not do as much. I just have to work on the colors of her dress, her lips, make her hair look beautiful. I'm going to paint her up in lights and shadows now. I'm putting a bit of darkness to her face.
The stages of photograph has evolved over the years. In amateur processing, the film is removed from the camera and wound onto a reel in a dark room. But technology has taken a new dimension in this artistry.
Technology has overtaken all of that now. Makes it easier for a lot of people, makes it more accessible for a lot of people. Back in the days, they had a few labs that did darkroom clean, washing as it was known in the day. But today we have a download, edit, upload, and print very, very quickly. And then you can see how far we have gone in the last few minutes. So this is the original picture. And then this is the Photoshop picture. The colors have changed. She has a red look initially. Now it's looking more like her skin tone. The dress is bluer, which is making more. And then you see her hairline. I've defined her hairline more. And then you see the little imperfections we had initially have been removed to give us a, so to speak, final finish. We're good to print. I'm viewing the image right now and I'm going to send to this little printer here, which does my emergency prints. Beautiful. And she's ready to go.
After so much skill and time spent, the end result is indeed worth it. Or what do you think?
This is the network service of the NTA.
The aim of art is to represent not the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance. And that's why the discipline of creation, be it to paint, compose, write, is an effort towards wholeness. So on the show today, we have a Nigerian-born German whose artistic work sends salient message to people to leave an indelible mark wherever they find themselves. For the newly appointed Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory, Justice Hussein Baba Ysef, his mark of relevance is already being felt as it was celebrated at a dinner by the Anchor Development Support Group. Of course, music was not in short supply. One ingredient that defines Nigerians, or better still, an essential component that thrives on memories. Now, one song that is riding on its wings of glory and staying in the memories of music lovers recently is Wizkid's Essence, which hit a milestone on Apple Music. These and more will be coming up on the show. Welcome to Click Light on the Nigerian Television Authority, where fashion, music, movies, and lifestyle take center stage. I am Butu Miller, and I'll be flying solo.
Pandemic, I want to equate it with the famine in the Egyptian days of Joseph, or put it in when God came down on Egypt for being strong-headed and all that.
Put facilities in place to ensure speedy trial, speedy dispensation of justice.
Let's take off with the e-news.
Afro-pop star Wizkid's song Essence has been reported to hit the 100 million streams mark on Apple Music. Essence, the latest release from the stables of the famous singer, has continued to trend and wow his fans across the world. Recently, the Grammy Award winner's smash hit Essence was performed by an American university band. Southern University's Human Jukebox Band performed Essence with its full marching band consisting of orchestra and dancers for a game. The performances looked like a scene from the urban classic film Drumline. Meanwhile, popular Nigerian singer Iledare Oluwajuwonlo, also known as J1, has made his Hollywood debut in the new movie Army of Thieves.
This is about becoming legends.
The artist took to social media to make the announcement as he shared a video showing some scenes which feature him in the movie. Army of Thieves, which was released in October, is a heist comedy, prequel to Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead movie.
Any questions?
No. Yes, many. Hundreds.
Although he's not the first Nigerian artist to feature in a Hollywood movie, as Davido was also featured in Coming to America 2 that was released earlier in the year. Nigerian actor Jimmy Odukoya has landed his Hollywood debut in TriStar's forthcoming historical African epic, The Woman King. The star-studded film will see Odukoya star alongside four-time Grammy Award-winning songstress Angelique Kidjo, Academy Award-winning actress Viola Davis, John Boyega, and Lupita Nyong'o. Based on an original screenplay by Dana Stevens, the Gina Prince by-the-Wood-directed film set in 18th century Africa is said to be based on true events. News of The Woman King first made headlines in 2018. The film is expected to premiere in cinemas soon.
Another banger. I'm in love with plenty women. I know my marry all of them. It no matter.
Nigerian music stars Rema and Ira Star have both been nominated for the 2021 edition of the MOBO Awards. These singers will be slogging it out with other African acts for the Best African Music Act Awards. Announcing their nomination, the founder of Maven Records, Don Jazzy, expressed gratitude to the organizers for recognizing his signees. Rema was also nominated for Best International Act alongside Wizkid, Kanye West, Drake, and Lil Nas X. Other African acts up for the Best African Music Act include Davido, Wizkid, Tiwa Savage, and Burna Boy. King Promise, Thames, CK, and NSG were also nominated for the awards.
Protect my energy from your bad aura. Let my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I couldn't see.
Congratulations to Nigerian entertainers who are making us proud outside the shores of this land. Doesn't it feel good to be a Nigerian right now? Well, these are the positives we always want to hear about ourselves. Moving on. Art, arguably, is unquestionably one of the purest and highest elements in human happiness. It enlightens the mind through the eyes, and as the sun colors flowers, so does art color life. That's why visual artist Chidi Kubiri's footprint, an art exhibition in Lagos, imprints questions on the type of footprints his audience would love to leave on the sands of time, while also celebrating the Nigerian culture. Nigerian-born Germany-based visual artist Chidi Kubiri has again proven his commitment to art. His is an interesting story. The 55-year-old responded to an inner urge to broaden his horizon when he left his native hometown in Umuahia, Abia State, for Germany, but kept in touch with his Nigerian roots. Today, he is still drawn to the sights and sounds of his hometown and that of Germany, which he says nourishes his soul.
Chidi is one of the best upcoming young Nigerian-born artists.
I'm quite impressed by this type of work that is actually showing. You find out that the roots of some of these works are actually embedded in the African soil, the African themes.
I'm fascinated by the
creativity of his work. He has taken pointillism and recreated it in his own special way.
Footprint is the sole exhibition of his paintings, and Chidi Kubiri affirms it literally and metaphorically tells stories of his life. While they allude to stories about people who have left their footprints in his life, these stories could be likened to leaving footprints on the lives of others to impact their perception and worldview.
Footprints is also a kind of question to us. What kind of footprints are we leaving when we are no more here? Because I feel like people are kind of forgetting that we humanity, we humans, we belong to one another. We should stick with one another. We should respect one another. Footprint is a kind of a question to me and you. What kind of footprints are we going to leave for the next generation to come? Art is very vast. Art is about communication. And this is the most important thing for an artist. 90% of the dots and points on my work are as a result of incidental dropout of paints and colors, which help me to make my points.
This is like elegancy, this is originality, and this is like artistry. This is artistry.
To leave our footprint, and the footprint is the work. Nigerian art is famous all over the world because it's the thing they haven't tapped. So that is why a lot of people are coming back to Africa. The talent in Africa, the spiritual art is not ordinary, and it's going to be bigger than the oil.
Indeed, art tells stories of human interactions, promotes unity in diversity, and serves as a true reflection of nature. Beautiful art. One thing I love with art is every artistic work has a unique message. The 18th Abuja Film Festival can be said to be the arrival of the annual event of the global stage, with the recognition and presentation of awards to filmmakers outside the shores of the country. Some of the themes addressed COVID-19 in sync with the festival theme of the year, See Beyond Film Industry on the New Normal. Here are the highlights of the event. It was an astonishing evening of glitz and glamour as actors, producers and directors in the film industry converged for the 18th Abuja International Film Festival. The festival offers a contemporary and liberal platform for filmmakers across the world to exhibit the excellence of the film art form. The aim is essentially to contribute to the understanding and appreciation of the cultures of different nations. As the film industry unites the world to fight the global pandemic that prevented physical gathering last year, some of the films this year focused on the pandemic, in line with the festival theme, See Beyond Film Industry under the New Normal.
The pandemic, I want to equate it with the famine in the Egyptian days of Joseph, or put it in when God came down on Egypt for being strong-headed and all that, and everything goes, that's how it is. So you find everybody now crawling out of the various holes, and we're all trying to grapple with it. It's still with us, and so we'll make the best of the situation. But I'm looking and hoping that by next year, we'll be balancing up. But again, on the other side of it, the movie industry sort of gained, because people were at home, they had no place to go, so they were just forced to sit down and watch movies. And so most of those who had movies online were just putting movies online. And so to some extent, it was both sides. It swung both sides, the good, the bad, the ugly, and not the ugly. So, but for the industry, we're lucky that it's a movie industry, and we're getting out of it gradually. But let's hope for the best next year.
The festival was also an opportunity to promote youth development and skill acquisition in the film industry.
The whole idea of the festival is to create a platform capacity building for young people, take them off the streets. The film industry has been a platform where young people have been given an opportunity for expression, an opportunity to grow their craft, and Nollywood cannot, as you see today, be considered one of the obscure industries in Nigeria. That alone is something the industry has done, because we have so many young people come to the business. You see, for like a couple of the films here were shot by young people. We had 104 films at the festival this year. Of those numbers, about 60% were young people. Some of the films were even shot on phone, and you will not know they were on phones. because the guys were able to take the films on their laptops and do grading and all that, and the picture quality came very well.
Over 1,000 films were received physically and online, and after thorough work by the screening team, 15 awards were presented to some filmmakers, but Paul Papel Paul, a renowned filmmaker, stole the show after winning multiple awards.
Feature film Nigeria. Eagles.
And of course, being rewarded at this kind of prestigious festival, it's a plus. It makes you feel that you are making an impact with your craft. And of course, there is a particular category I've won on this event, this festival 3 times. That's the Viewer's Choice Award. I love that one because it's the audience that give you that award. It means that I'm actually communicating with my craft, and that makes me very, very happy.
It means a lot. We appreciate all the organizers of this event, and we actually dedicate this award to the crews and cast of Love Castle. To all the fans of Love Castle, we appreciate you all.
There was also a category for the upcoming and first-time film director, which was won by Olamide Akimolayan for the film Balukon.
Okay, it means you can do it. It means you can get your craft out there and it will be noticed. And it means you can be whatever you want to be. Being a first-timer, a second-timer, anyhow it is. Definitely, if you put your mind to it, you'll win.
It is noteworthy that films have now gone beyond the realm of entertainment, with the creative industry playing a big part in molding opinion in the society. Next on the plate, some say if something bad happens to you, drink in attempt to forget it. If something good happens, you drink in order to celebrate. And if nothing happens, you drink to make something happen. Well, I guess everyone has their own idea of what drinking is all about. So we got one of Abuja's finest disc junkie, Cool Kels, to give an analysis of the song Alcohol by Joe Boy, which is a hit banger on the streets.
Go far, we a go, we go, you go know. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard.
The first time I heard this song, it was just like the normal Joe Boy thing. You know, I've been following Joe Boy since his first album in 2019. You know, so when he dropped that Alcohol, I was like, oh, okay, let me just sit down and watch what happens. After some time, I was just, having that feeling that this song might cause issues much later because there's alcohol in the song. You understand? If you look at artists that have released songs with alcohol lyrics in it, the likes of Flavor have dropped songs with alcohol lyrics on it, and then Joe Boy dropped again. So I said, okay, let me just keep my fingers crossed and wait and see what happens.
Too many problems. I finna run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Lord save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody.
The lyrics actually, it affects you the way you think it. Because some people think about it in the positive form, and some people think about it in the negative form. I can't say for a fact that, yes, they mentioned alcohol in the lyrics. There are people that consume alcohol, you understand? They will like that part of the song. That's why I sip my alcohol, you understand? And then to some people, they feel, man, alcohol, like, must you sip alcohol for you to, not to reason bad things no more? There are people that really understand what that video is all about. And I think the director too can also say for a fact what he did with the lyrics and connecting visuals together with what happened. So I was just seeing different displays in the video. More of our population are youth, you know. Now it's left for these artists to come out. You know, when you bring up a challenge, make sure there's that positive impact. You understand? Because now we need good vibes. You know, why we need these good vibes? We also need that positive impact. You know, that would we have this, you know, good character and culture we are trying to build in our country between our youth. You know, so we don't want bad influences when it comes to this kind of challenges. You know, we can make this challenge trend, you know, in a good way too. Social media can tell you a whole lot of things, but it's left for you to, be very smart and know when you are doing this challenge. And if you watch the video, it didn't really promote an alcohol brand. In fact, what was in the can, nobody knew if it was alcohol in there or not. Yes, it's right to do a challenge. You can fall on any challenge, you know, but don't go to that negative aspect of it where, it can also affect your life. You know, we have a whole bright future ahead of us, so why should you risk your life because you see people jumping on different challenge?
Nice one, DJ Curls. Well, hard work, consistency, and perseverance are major virtues needed to succeed in life. This was revealed by guests at a dinner organized in honor of the new Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory, Justice Hussein Baba Ysef.
The attendance started in 2s, 3s, and more as guests arrived to the venue to honor the new Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory, Justice Hussein Baba Ysef. The event, organized by Ankpa Development Support Group, attracted dignitaries from all walks of life. It was also an opportunity for longtime friends to reunite under a serene environment. Justice Hussein Baba Ysef becomes the first Igala son to be appointed to this exalted position, and the guests expressed confidence in the new Chief Judge's ability to make his kids and kins proud, judging from his competence and wealth of experience.
I was impressed when I attended his screening in the Senate. I was not a member of the Judiciary Committee, but I attended the screening, and his performance during that screening was extremely good, and the whole members of the Senate confirmed him as the Chief Judge of FCT.
He's a man who is loved by all. He's hardworking, sincere, he's honest, straightforward, and he's a gentleman. So we're very proud of him. We know that the hand of God is in this appointment, and that God Almighty will guide him to excel in the appointment and leave very admirable legacies, you know, during his tenure. Justice should be served and seen to be served. And under the leadership of Honorable Justice Baba Hussein, I have no doubt that justice will be served in FCT High Court under his tenure.
Encourage the younger ones to aspire, to let them know that hard work pays.
And is somebody I can say he holds their legal principles, justice and fairness.
With much gratitude and joy, Justice Baba Ysef speaks on his plans to strengthening justice system in the FCT, with more emphasis on quick justice dispensation.
My plan is to ensure that I improve on the good work that my predecessors had done. It includes having to, put facilities in place to ensure speedy trial, speedy dispensation of justice. It includes having to enforce discipline. It includes having to look after the welfare of the judges.
Justice Hussein Baba Ysef was appointed High Court Judge in 1998.
Congratulations, Justice Hussein Baba Ysef, on your appointment as the new Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory. Well, sadly, on this note, we have to draw the curtains on this week's episode. Keep watching us on DSTV 419 and watching us on Network News, 10 a.m. every Friday. I am Butua Miller. Salute.
Agebenu Omoha is a graduate of Benue State Polytechnic, Ubokolo, from the Department of Graphic Art. He is very passionate about his work and has made it a point of duty to add value to young and aspiring artists. He goes from school to teach different aspects of art expression.
This batik is being produced. The batik you see people wear, like the Yorubas and the Cameroonians wear most of the time, how they produce them. This is the processes on how they go about it. Like what you can see here are the materials. This is the one we melted. The reason why we melt this one is because there are some places you don't want a dye to absorb on the fabric. So you apply the wax on the fabric to make sure that the dye don't penetrate that place. That is the reason why we use the candle wax. As for the rest, they go together, but the candle wax stands alone. And for the brush you are seeing here, you can use the brush to use in making designs on the fabric. I'll spray the fabric and then we'll begin to apply the candle wax on the fabric. To dry for about 5 minutes, and then we'll prepare the dye stuff before we can dye it. Now this is the warm water that we're going to mix our dye chemicals in. Before dyeing, you don't have to allow the water to boil very well, because if it boils and it's very hot, when you dip this fabric in it, to melt the wax away. And then these are the dye stuff. We have two colors, one color, they are both green. So you pour everything in the water. Mix everything in the water. So the next thing you do now is to soak the fabric in the dye stuff that's already prepared. We are now soaking it. You can see the white area. That is the area of the candle wax. The candle did not allow the dye stuff to penetrate. To rinse it in this normal water. The reason why I'm going to rinse it is because of the caustic soda. If you don't rinse it, that caustic soda, if you use it and sew any cloth and then you put it on when the sun becomes very high, you begin to itch your body. So that is the reason why I'm going to rinse it in this normal water.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Nigerians in the last couple of weeks were thrown into a state of sorrow and confusion following the unfortunate collapse of a 21-story building under construction in Ikoyi, Lagos. Though efforts by concerned authorities rescued a number of persons from under the rubble, the death of many more left citizens sad and questioning the facts behind the authorization of the building and the quality of materials used. Today on Deadline 360, we will be looking at enforcing safety in buildings. I am Omotola Omojola. Thanks for joining us. The Ikoyi building, as I noted earlier, is the peg of our inquisition this week, and Michael Olaleye engaged experts who he reports recommend the enactment of laws to criminalize and prefer penalties for professionals involved in the construction of any collapsed building to stem the tide and reduce man-made disasters from such developments. His research also reveals that compromising standards, cutting costs and neglect are some of the immediate causes of building collapse across the country.
Push this one like this.
A provocative sight to behold when one considers the huge effects it will have on lives and property if these blocks made it to the four corners of a building. Itafaji on Lagos Island remains a reference when it comes to buildings
instituted. And people who jump the gun or do wrong have to be punished. I do remember the Council for Regulation of Engineering commissioned us over their regulatory monitoring, where if they see a building that is suspicious, they go and serve some questionnaire and notices. And probably the next thing is that the place is being shut down.
Enforcing total quality management in building construction is non-negotiable and must be treated as sacred by all professionals along the value chain, because what goes around might come back around again. In Lagos, Michael Olale.
Thanks, Michael, for that report. We are, however, aware that there are codes and ethics to building for professionals in Nigeria. The recent event and those of the past, which have had monumental impact on people and environment, however, call attention to adherence to regulatory framework. Ilyasu Onotu Yakubu spoke with some experts and regulators in the sector on this challenge, and his report is here presented.
There is a saying amongst professionals in the built environment that when a medical doctor makes a professional mistake, a single life is lost. But when a civil engineer makes the same mistake, hundreds of lives are lost. And this singular scenario played out in the Lagos Ikoyi building collapse recently. Now, this development has called to question the need to reevaluate professional standard as well as framework in the building profession in Nigeria. The construction of buildings and enforcement of standards is a collective responsibility of professionals in the built environment, from the land surveyor to town planners, architects, quantity and estate surveyors, and builders. High-rise buildings are professional responsibilities of civil and structural engineers to design based on principles to enable them stand the test of time to prevent disasters that may occur. However, the events of the recent past in Nigeria seem to stress the lack of strict adherence to building codes for the smooth operation of the construction industry. Yakubu Ali Garba is the Vice President, Nigerian Society of Engineers. Although not apportioning the entirety of the blame outside the statutory role of his profession, he feels that developers over time have imbibed the culture of sharp practices to undermine standards in construction, culminating into the attendant threats to life currently faced at such sites.
Going to site, we also follow up to ensure that what the design you bring is what you are building. You are not doing it in accordance with what you brought, or it's a residential building, but you are building commercial building. You understand? So, for structures, we go to site also from time to time to ensure that what is in this design is what you are implementing on site. So these are as far as the regulation are concerned, you can see even development control as stages. They visit the site as a group. These professionals visit the site as a group to ensure that you are complying with what you brought, what is approved. This is as far as regulation is concerned. This is what is done.
We've also had training with our staffs on managing construction site. Usually we go out together as a team, so even the younger ones learn from the experience of the older ones.
Beyond the utilization of substandard equipments to compromise structural integrity, according to experts in most cases, geologists also advocate the enactment of frameworks to mandate soil examination and evaluation, taking topography into cognizance to determine viability of certain projects on specific locations.
There is a need for an orientation. There is a need for close synergy with the media, so that it is not always the instrumentation, the construction materials, so that we'll be able to avoid potential menace, to avoid death and then economic loss.
When incidences such as the recent building collapse occur, emergency and rescue responses are stretched for days, and this puts to question the need to buttress whistleblowing to alert regulatory institutions to prevent disasters.
There should be regular checks by all those concerned, the professionals. They must be able to give, at least from one stage to another, giving certification before you move to the next stage. But we neglect it. The regulators will just give approval and neglect the site.
To entrench the culture of public safety and effectively prevent disasters resulting from self-induced hazards, observers say the regulatory institutions need to wield the hammer of sanctions to put an end to the trend. Ilyasu Onotu Yakubu for Dateline 360.
Kelvin Samuel has also been speaking with experts in Akwa Ibom State. Among their submission, reports include the need for states and federal government to properly regulate and supervise all building projects to ensure that only qualified professionals are permitted to handle building projects.
Between 1974 to 2021, Lagos State has maintained the top record of building collapse in Nigeria, though there have been pockets of this disaster in other parts of the country. While Nigerian Institute of Building and other school of thought often blame these unfortunate incidents to quackery, the engineers maintain that the ignorance of building owners who engage the unprofessional in building and the lack of political will to checkmate these sad developments should not be forgotten.
Some of them don't even invite architects to do whatever designs for them. They just call somebody, okay, cut it here, dig foundation, put, and so the typical Nigerian does not want to spend money on bringing in professionals.
Now we have what we call Nigerian steel and we have foreign steel. And most of the times, tests have shown that most of the Nigerian steel, the strength they have is about 60 to 75% of the strength that is required by the codes. And that does not speak well of us.
Most times they will go and meet the professional to do design. But when it comes to the execution of the building, that's where the cousins to decline, the nephew to decline, the church members, a colleague in the office who have time, or neighbor comes into play. So let's start addressing the collapsed building from the client perspective.
They regretted that beside the loss of capital when building collapsed, the country has lost about 1,090 people to collapsed buildings, while uncountable number of others sustained different degrees of injury. The rise in collapse incident has called for stiffer measures to be taken by both builders and regulatory agencies with a view to bringing to an end this ugly trend. In Uyo, Kelvin Samuel.
Lagosians had barely settled to the reality of the Ikoyi building collapse when news broke of another disaster at Owode Oniri in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State. Recent statistics show that in the last 10 months, close to 60 market fires occurred across the country. 16 of them were in Lagos. Victoria Olabode visited Owode Oniri and Ikeja, where danger posed by gas leakage was averted.
This is the location of the fire incident that happened at Owode Oniri. Fortunately, however, the quick intervention of the state government, eyewitness say, prevented the incident from escalating.
I was there when the fire started. Because of the fire there's the people selling food here, there's the people selling Indomie and this in here, there's the people selling cigarettes here, everything. There's fire around everywhere.
While shop owners at Owode Oniri were still counting their losses, a gas leakage occurred at the ever-busy Ikeja, a business hub and capital of Lagos State. Although the situation was promptly handled by relevant agencies, the fear of the damage it could have done to the city is still being discussed.
Very, very prompt about it, and we're happy about that. Hopefully things like this, anything like this happens again, we believe in our government that they will do the right thing at the right time.
Big thank you to God Almighty
that has averted this magnitude of disaster, because if it was not for God, we don't know what we'll be talking about right now.
You can see that work is ongoing. The leakage is already being sealed up, and we are happy that there is no loss of life on property. Make sure that they notice every little thing that is going on in their environment.
To sound a note of warning, let everybody be safety conscious. There are safety habits we need to inculcate. If I do this thing, am I playing safe? Is this condition safe like this? If we all imbibe that spirit, we will not have issues like this on ground.
Causes of incessant fire outbreaks have been narrowed down to mostly human error, from storage of combustible materials, electrical surge, and carelessness. So experts are urging citizens to be more cautious, especially around materials that are highly inflammable. In Lagos, Victoria Olabode.
The most devastating consequence of any disaster, you will agree, is the loss of lives. Hence, the need for prompt intervention by emergency responders. Samuel Johnson, in his interactions with citizens and emergency response agencies, reports that adequate training, improved monitoring by professional groups, and proactive acts of government coupled with good policies have been identified as factors that could enhance response to emergency situations in Nigeria.
Disasters and emergency situations occur everywhere, and mitigating the effects where possible, preventing it, is what makes the difference among cities and nations of the world. Lives, valuables, and huge finances have severally been lost to disasters. The attitude of responders and hindrances to rescue operations have remained issues of concern.
To improve emergency response can be achieved through the building capacity of all responders and the recruitment of volunteers.
Your safety first. Before you say you are going anywhere. Like the last meeting, you must allow it that everything must have settled down. And we in the Red Cross, we have other agencies that we collaborate with that can evacuate those debris or something like that before we can get those people out.
While precautions are recommended, government is also advised to evolve strategies to mitigate losses during emergencies.
Government has a sole responsibility in ensuring that the laws that are put in place are adequate enough to take care of all categories of classification, both quack, professionals, legal, handling of questions, handling of structures and so on, then the design.
After they must have renovate their house, then they will bring in materials to that place to say they are relieving. That is not emergency. Emergency, the standard of emergency is immediate.
Either man-made or natural. As society evolves, we have challenges. And as all these, as you have developments, so you have risk associated with it.
Experts have always recommended that emergency response should be within the first 8 minutes, but this was not the case in the recent collapse of 21-story building in Eyebrow, Ikoyi, and those of Owode Oniri, Tejosho Market, among other such incidences in Lagos. They equally admonished owners of buildings to abide by professional and government guidelines to reduce incidences of building collapse and fire outbreak. In Lagos, Samuel Johnson.
Please do your best to ensure that you work daily to prevent disaster, and where you notice any acts that can endanger people, please report to relevant authorities. The life that you save may just be yours. That's the program for this week. God bless you and bless Nigeria.
Denim is one of the dominant parts of urban lifestyle. Everyone wants a piece of it. However, creating a unique look gives you the fashion statement you sure deserve. There are lots of creative ways you could transform your denim from being that boring piece to an artistic appeal. Promise Abu is a creative designer. He's about to create an incredibly detailed art on a denim shirt. Let's see how this will be achieved.
I'm using all this ink for the design. It's called an acrylic ink. I'm about to do a faded brick design on this cloth. Why it's perfect to use biro is it makes the line projects better because the material it's a dark material. If it's a light material, you could use your pencil.
He continues to create the vertical and horizontal lines that will form the patterns of the brick design.
The function of this line is to guide me when I'm painting the bricks, because I will be using a lot of colors. It's to guide me. It's a guideline.
Now the painting commences, and this will take a longer time.
This is the use of the line. You paint each box.
A range of variety of colors is required in order to pop up the design and make it look very attractive.
You continue to spread colors in all the boxes. These are yellow acrylic yellow. We'll be using this to brighten the colors. Like I said earlier on, women love bright colors.
Highlighting some of the deep colors with white is to make it a bit brighter.
Right about now, we're about to do the tracing. After the tracing, we move to the fading side of it. Moving to the fading level. I will be fading all this brick right now. Okay, it's done this way. You use your brush. You use your brush to shade. It's like using your pencil to shade on the paper. You shade different edges. You shade different parts of it. You do it randomly.
In order not to leave the pocket without a little touch of creativity, creating a bit of design is necessary.
I like to dry for a while. Like I said earlier on, this is what the rag female jean look like. It's a brick design.
Isn't it quite fascinating how artists are known to create a world of their own by turning anything ordinary into extraordinary? This is one artistic piece that explores man's ingenuity and speaks volume of high fashion statement. Art is anything but not boring.
wannan labarin ma yana peji na 36.
Ita kuma babban labarin wannan jarida shine ainihin
labarin da ke gaban jarida shine ta bayyana cewa
ọkwa ji ikenga eziokwu
nwanne m nwoke
Ikechukwu Ndukwe Igbo
iji wee mee ka ụbọchị na-aga n'anya ya.
Nation fún ti òwúrọ̀ yìí ibẹ̀ náà ti sọ pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ aláṣẹ ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pàṣẹ wípé.
Ní gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ka, ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́, ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera, ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Wouldn't like to drive in the rain.
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative and interactive on national issues accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index.
Hello again, here is an update of the news. I'm Dennis at Degunloye. Residents of Queen Elizabeth Road, Ibadan, capital of Oyo State, are still in awe by the fire incident that occurred close to NTA Ibadan when a tanker laden with petrol fell on the road, spilling its content. The governor, Seyi Makinde, was at the scene of the incident to assess the level of damage.
After talking about having roadworthiness certificates, especially for trucks, tankers. An incident like this just happened in Ogun State 2 or 3 days ago, and now this. So something definitely has to be done.
Top U.S. diplomat and Secretary of State Antony Blinken is delivering a policy speech on U.S.-Africa relations at the ECOWAS headquarters, Abuja. This is part of the visit of the U.S. high-ranking official of President Biden with a view to giving sub-Saharan Africa emphasis in the American foreign policy. Secretary Blinken says America is looking at Nigeria with big ambition and confidence to develop much better as a growing economy with huge potential. He spoke on efforts to fight the pandemic, as well as to ensure peace, security and democracy, which are priorities. Dr. Paul Adaliku has emerged the new Secretary General of the Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa, MOCA, as he was elected in the just concluded election during the ordinary session of the General Assembly of Maritime Organization of West Africa in Accra, Ghana, Thursday, November 18th, 2021. The Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Rukaya Saraki, who led the Nigerian delegation, encouraged countries present to vote and have faith in Nigeria. She also emphasized on the need for a strong leadership with competence and focus. Dr. Paul, in his acceptance speech, appreciated the Minister of Transportation, Chibuike Rotimi Amici, for seeking the approval of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to make him Nigeria's candidate for the post of Secretary General of a regional organization that controls maritime activities in 25 countries of the West and Central Africa sub-region. Well, that's the update for now. Do join us later on at 1 for more news. Thanks for watching.
This is the network service of the NTA.
There are dark clouds around the 10-year development plan committee for football inaugurated last week. It follows the release of a loaded letter declining the invitation to be a member by my good friend, Chief Justice Adokie Amiesimaka. This past week, there was a letter from FIBA that is already raising the usual alarmist bells of a ban of Nigeria from all international FIFA basketball competitions. After last Sunday's World Cup qualifier in Lagos, the emerging question is, should Gernot Rowe go now or not? These are the issues for interrogation on the Sports Parliament tonight. I am Segun Odegbami, Speaker of the Parliament, coming live to our 60 million Nigerian viewers from the studios of Africa's largest television network, NTA in Lagos. Sitting with me tonight are Onome Obrute, the Maverick.
Glad to be here once again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you once again for this opportunity.
I can see my son, Babatunde Ogala.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to be here. Good evening, Nigerians and our millions of viewers.
And from Ibadan, there is Wahid Ekun.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm very pleased to be here tonight.
Is the veteran Abdul Rahman Ibn Mohammed there from Abuja?
Good to be on set again with you, Mr. Speaker, and my other colleagues in Parliament.
And we have a very special guest in the house, the Assistant Director Media of the Nigeria Football Federation, Demola Olajire. Demola, how are you tonight?
I'm very good, Big Sheikh. It's a very big honor and privilege to be on this program tonight. I'd like to say I'm really very delighted with what Sports Parliament has been doing over the years. Thank you very much, sir.
Fantastic. So we are set to go, but join us after the break.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, the Sports Parliament, revitalized with lots of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector and projects an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports. On NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m., running for 1 whole hour, discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the sports parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the sports parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, with his gavel to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
Welcome back. I guess we should be discussing the Super Eagles throughout tonight's program. But since we have started by advertising Adoke's letter, I think we should also just browse through it very, very quickly. That letter has gone viral. I'm sure most Nigerians know about it. Adoke wrote this letter, and it was published on very many social media platforms, declining the offer to serve on that committee that was inaugurated by the Minister of Sports last week. But he wrote the letter a few days afterwards, declining the offer, even though I was at the event. I'm a member of that committee. He was not listed as one of those that was going to be inaugurated. In fact, they said at the meeting that he declined the offer, and so his name was not published. A few days later, I got this letter from him, my good friend, and saying that he's declining it. And suddenly the letter has gone viral, and the comments have been huge. Most of them, of course, hailing his decision and crediting him with courage and integrity for refusing to serve. And of course, it could mean also that the 15 or 16 others that were at the inauguration, including my humble self, I don't know what it means. We don't have integrity, or we are cowards, or we are, I really don't know. But since it has gone viral and the conversation is everywhere, I will allow my members to just pass quick comments, before we go on to MBBF. You want to start the way you are looking at me?
Mr. Speaker, if I have my way, but it's the only challenge I have, Mr. Speaker, is I am sure the Honorable Minister has over 50 committee reports in his cabinet that a lot of people of your caliber have worked on and haven't seen the light of day. Dust has covered them. Adoke, for me, has the freedom to decline. Adoke, for me, is in his compound. He agrees to do what he wants to do. It is an honor for the Honorable Minister of Sports to call any Nigerian to come and serve. It is left for that individual to say yes or no. What is bringing out this brouhaha? I can't see it. Because if the man says he wants it documented to show that he actually declined, and if he is even the one that is posting it on social media, what is wrong in him posting a letter that I don't want to be part of it? He wasn't called for the inauguration. The minister made it clear in his remarks on that day that Adoke was omitted because he declined. So what is this brouhaha about? I think for me, people are just making a mountain out of nothing. It is a simple matter. You have several other responsible Nigerians, like your honorable self in that committee. You people are ready to work and carry out the work functions that the minister has asked you guys to do. It is a very good committee. I only pray it sees the light of day, like I said on last week's program. So for me, the Adoke's matter, as far as I'm concerned, is nothing to make noise about. That's my position.
Babatunde Ogala.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for me, Adoke has his prerogative. It is prerogative to serve his country or not. Like I said last week, it's immaterial